lungs can't solve the riddle. Only few will make it out alive. It's gonna be you and I.
Electric.
This night will forever remain in your memory, caught in your rain. You're the night could be your greatest enemy. Awake now, get wild and awake now, be loud. Awake now, get wild and awake now, be loud. Power, richest thought, money, driven, nature, fraud, breathless, body, diamond, bones, wanna be it, wanna feel it. Feel me, almost the world I'm never seen. Equipment, gonna see, getting it, just come free. This night will forever remain in your memory, caught in your rain. You're the night could be your greatest enemy. Awake now, get wild and awake now,
you're always back for more. Said I hate when things move slow. You're oh so far, yet so close. Oh so far, but so close. Oh so far, but so close. Oh so far, but so close. Oh so far. Oh love you, oh no. Oh no, me not alright. Oh la di da right. Oh la di da right. Oh. This is hello paradise. I can't decide. Show me the light, show me a sign. Said I hate to see you go, but you're always back for more. Said I hate when things move slow. You're oh so far, yet so close. Oh so far, but so close. Oh so far, but so close. Oh so far, but so close. Oh so far. Oh Lord, you don't know. Oh Lord, you don't know. Oh Lord, you don't know. I'm so far, but so close. I'm so far, but so close. I'm so far, but so close. You got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. When my mirror was invisible, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. Hey, you got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. Hey, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You're like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You're like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. When my mirror was invisible, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You got me lost for words, and it might sound absurd. You're like dope and adrenaline. It's like both well and genuine. Hey, you got me off the ground when I was earthbound. Hey, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You're like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You're like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire.
suddenly terrified. Looking for somewhere to hide. No one's at your door. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster.
，Driver 回复量快顶不住了，虽然有反甲，但对面的回复能力还是非常的顶哦，已经快要回到满血，反正 Driver 这状态，
这怎么打？
只能看关键时刻了。大姐直接推走，没有啦，没有啦，烫死了，
再见了一切，再见天堂。这我是要不是亲眼所见，我是万万不敢相信的。
要做小小步打了起来，明子这一推，若雅玲用了 Q 技能来回回血加普攻，哇是1/3的2/3血打满血哦，明子还躲掉了晕眩后选择进场，但对这个位置我看一下，他推的这个位置只有一只沙兵在戳，
对他其实往后推，就是往下推的话，那边有沙兵，他其实可以杀。还有补天的加持，8000滴、7000滴，远古龙进入倒数，看起来来不及。高瑞哥拿到了远古巨龙，哇，这里是把这大物件给拿走了。哦。
胜败完成了 solo kill， 所以下一波团战开启，胜败想要来支援，但前方融化速度已经太快。阿丁再次的倒地，同时卡兹玛虽然神龙8位踢走了对手，但现在欧卡还是可以继续的操作，持续的斩杀。胜败赶到战场，他的一个陨星坠落是炸死对面的派克，正在救援自家的队友。泰德利用加速撤退，但胜败继续的飞行，火焰的烧烤成功带走了泰德。左边位置665持续逃命，看起来是可以拉掉吗？随着飞进来的胜败，再次的一度拿下 triple kill， 神经此时感到，但他的输出空间并没有说太好。想要尝试正面兔子胜败，但是伤害并不足够，胜败大奖quadra kill，
胜败难免。
你想做一些进攻，
抢
2了，一切往前做追击 ，driver，
哇，心理 TP 是吧？这个血量。爆开来啦！
他前面选择把凤凰的
3级直接自己杀他吧，就再卡一波兵线进去，3级直接自己单杀他。
3等杀1等
，3等杀1等，
这换了也是赚哦。
这个赵信来也来不及啊！
我 者说在闪现晕
没闪的
3粉是鬼步的 A 再 A 刀，直接正面砍死，一剑完成了 solo kill。
那旁边表示我来帮你，这边硬要找，那我也来。
不回来了 A 普攻 A 出来3
会玩的吗？
粉。
雷文。但阿哲伤害超高，又是给到了一发鱼叉。现在 CFO 想要拉神发的机会，图法阿哲更没有保力，所以热射上到，而且会去攻这一波，先把对方推回来，对热射大爆。
I'm waiting for the shoe to drop. Is this love? Is this love? When's it gonna end? Are we forever or just young offenders? Waiting for the rules to bend. Is this love? Is this love? Tiny bits of fears go blow away. Oh, tiny bits of fears go blow away. Oh, but you know, when's it gonna start? When's it gonna stop? Is this love? Is this love? When's it gonna stop? When's it gonna stop? Is this love? Is this love? Tiny little fears go blow away. Tiny little fears so far Now is this love though? Oh, is this love When's it gonna start? When's it gonna start? Is this love? Is this love?
Ten missed calls, half a dozen texts. You're not sorry, you mad that I've left you there unread.
Wherever you roam, there's no place to go. Nowhere feels like home. From a deadly kiss to this apocalypse, you feel so alone. Want to run to battlefields with loaded guns, fighting for a life to call my own. Suddenly I'm terrified, looking for somewhere to hide. The wolf is at your door. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster. Tell me once ago, do you have no soul? Why are you so cold? If I'm too proud to speak, will that make me weak? How will this unfold? Suddenly terrified, looking for somewhere to hide. The wolf is at your door. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster.
Power, wages, thought, money, driven, major, fraud, breathless, body, diamond, bound, wanna be it, wanna feel it. Pull up, you feel me, from west to west, I'm rising, equipment, gotta sleep, getting it, just call it free. This night, will forever remain in your memory, caught in your rain. You and I could be your greatest enemy. Awake now, get wild, awake now, be loud. Awake now, get wild, awake now, be loud. Power, wages, thought, money, driven, major, fraud, breathless, body, diamond, bound, wanna be it, wanna feel it. Pull up, you feel me, from west to west, I'm rising, equipment, gotta sleep, getting it, just call it free. This night, will forever remain in your memory, caught in your rain. You and I could be your greatest enemy. Awake now, get
所以 Driver 回复量快顶不住了，虽然有反甲，但对面的回复能力还是非常的顶哦，已经快要回到满血，反正 Driver 这状态
这怎么打？
只能看关键时刻了。大姐直接锤走，没有啦，没有啦，烫死了，杀！
见了一见，再见天堂。这我是要不是亲眼所见，我是万万不敢相信的。
你要做小下面不打得起来，明子这一推，若雅利用了 Q 技能来回回血加普攻，哇是1/3的2/3血打满血哦，明子还躲掉了晕眩后选择进场，但对这个位置我看一下，他推的这个位置只有一只沙兵在戳，
对他这其实往后推，就是往下推的话，那边有沙兵，他其实可以杀。还有补天的加持，8000D、7000D，远古龙进入倒数，看起来来不及。高瑞哥拿到了远古巨龙，哇，这里是把这个大物件给拿走了。哦，
胜败完成了 solo kill， 所以下一步团战开启，胜败想要来支援，但前方融化速度已经太快。阿丁再次的倒地，同时卡兹玛虽然神罗巴被踢走了对手，但现在欧卡还是可以继续的操作，持续的斩杀。胜败赶到战场，他的一个陨星坠落是炸死对面的派克，正在救援自家的队友。泰德利用加速撤退，但胜败继续的飞行，火焰的烧烤成功带走了泰德。守门位者665持续逃命，看起来是可以拉掉吗？随着飞进来的胜败，再次的一度拿下 triple kill。水晶此时赶到，但他的输出空间并没有说太好。想要尝试正面的兔子，胜败但是伤害并不足够。胜败拿下quadra kill，
胜败难免。
也想做一些进攻。抢
抢
2了，一切往前做追击 ，driver，
哇，
请你 TP 是吧？
这个血量爆开来啦！
他前面选择把凤凰的
3级直接自己杀他吧，就再卡一波兵线进去，3级直接自己单杀他。
3等杀1等
，3等杀1等啊！
这换了也是赚哦。
这个赵信来也来不及啊！
我只能说在闪现晕
没闪的
，driver 是鬼步的 A 再一刀，直接正面砍死，一剑完成了 solo kill。
那旁边表示我来帮你，这边硬要搞，那我也来。
不回来了 A 普攻 A 出来3
会玩的吗？雷文。但阿哲伤害超高，又是给到了一发鱼叉。现在 CFO 想要拉神发的自动图法，阿哲跟着倒地，所以热射上到，而且后期攻这一波，先把对方推回来，所以热射大爆。
Said I hate to see you go, but you're always back for more. Said I hate when things move slow. Oh, so far yet so close. Oh, so far but so close. Oh, so far but so close. So far, but so close. So far. Oh, love you, oh, no. Oh, no, me not alright. Oh, la, di, da, da. Oh, la, di, da, da. This is hello paradise. Can't decide. Show me the light, show me a sign. Said I hate to see you go, but you're always back for more. Said I hate when things move slow. Oh, so far yet so close. touching on me, I'm feeling so good. Go write that check, cause I'm feeling too much confidence on that heavyweight flex. I've been earning and working, everybody want this. I'm untouchable, stacked up, Greek God. I got the thunder and lightning, energy rush. I've been winning and winning since the day I was made. Makes you wanna be like me. I'm always on top of the game. Ain't never gonna touch second place. Nah, never. I'm always on top of the game. You know that I win.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back for our second round of games here between Group A's participants. And of course, it's all brought to you thanks to Riot Games, Carry International, and the Grand Halai Taipei, which connects Nangan Exhibition Centre and the Software Park, as well as the CTBC Financial Centre. It's a unique experience, lots of facilities, 425 rooms, big hotel, by the way, 6 restaurants, a banquet hall, as well as, I mean, just everything you'd really need.
Yeah. Hopefully we get a chance to stay there someday.
That's exactly right. I will be your host once again, Vestian, and alongside me it is Lo. Now, what are we thinking about today's games? Because a bit of familiarity now for us tonight. We get in the upper bracket, BYG up against DCG. These teams in their prior meeting, very, very closely contested match. We saw Kaiser for Cascada pull out a 13-kill win up against 116 LeBlanc.
Just a 1v9 on Kaiser.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, I mean, they were unfortunately unable to take the series. And I think, I mean, you tell me as well, but at least for me, going into it, I do feel like it should be beyond favored. But it's really hard to judge because DCG are just kind of an unknown entity, even though we've seen them all year round.
Yeah, you just never know what you're going to get with these DCG drafts. You have no idea where any of their picks are going, even as far into the draft as their 4th pick. You still just don't know, and they do prefer the red side for that reason. They're willing to put Orca on just about everything. Mages, Engage. I don't think he's really played Enchanters. Maybe he played some Milio games earlier in the split with Lucian
he must
Milio.
have. They definitely did play Lucian Milio, but yeah, not a whole lot of Enchanters.
I think they're one of our teams who don't care about the Ashe.
Yep.
The only team to really successfully take that approach to the Ashe pick, allow it to go over to the enemy team and just counter it. And yeah, they prepare really well. In that first series against Beyond, they actually left the Kallisto, which was the strongest ADC pick at the time, just permanently banned. They left it up for Feng each time, and they counter-drafted it twice, almost winning the first game.
Absolutely. And on your screens right now is yesterday's results, of course. It was DFM finally taking down a PCS team in the PCS playoffs. So LJL get it done before the LCO managed to do so. And then in our second series, it was Frank with the return of Eminem, looking really, really strong and taking a 2-0 over Antic pretty decisively.
Yeah, back to the usual scheduled Frank gameplay where they're just swapping their mid laners on a whim without this time even really swapping champion pools. They just played the same draft, same champs.
To a lot different effectiveness, though, I suppose. Like, not that Pretender had a particularly bad game, but he was very far behind in lane, whereas Jimian came in and dismantled Ryoma on the LeBlanc.
Yeah, we were talking about this after the cast a bit, where Jimian did have some advantages. Maybe Ryoma's mental isn't quite as strong as it might have been for game 1. Maybe he's able to pick up on some things watching the game and talking to Pretender. And maybe also Ryoma's just a little bit caught off guard playing the same matchup but against a different player. Jimian's going to have a different approach, right?
Absolutely. Bracket on your screen, of course. It is Group A once again, so match number A3, or match A3, I guess. Beyond vs DCG will be the first game we see tonight, followed by V3 and Ground Zero. So LCO still searching for their first win in the PCS playoffs. Even the first series win would be obviously ideal, as they are going to want to keep fighting for that final advancement spot down there that we will see later on in the week. But there you are. Today's games, Beyond DCG, I honestly expect it to be... I mean, I do expect that actually it should be a 2-0, but I don't think it will be for some reason. And DCG, especially with their drafting, it's really, really hard to count them out of at least one game win.
Yeah, they will just probably win a draft and just win a game off of it. Beyond aren't the most consistent team we've got in the PCS either, so, you know, they do drop the ball occasionally. Yeah. I could easily see DCG winning this. Yeah, I do think just historically you got to go with Beyond. Even just in this split, they've had stronger performances. But, you know, DCG, you can't discredit a, 5-game winning series, 5-series winning streak for DCG. Admittedly against some of the weaker teams.
The weakest teams.
The weakest teams they could play against, yeah.
Other than PSG. They did take a series win against PSG amongst all of that. Now, on your screen, of course, it is Beyond, or BYG. It is Driver, Husha, 116, Feng, and Stay True. Don't be confused, that one is meant to be a T. So it is Stay True there. And, I mean, looking at this team in their prior series, it was up against V3. Driver getting his Rumble, taking over the game. We saw Smolder get a quadra kill, very, very early on into that game.
Yep.
So just looking really, really strong all around. And now we do know them as a team that can pick the Smolder now. We've seen it. DCG, of course, they also do pick the Smolder. So probably going to be some high priority on the Smolder here in this series.
Yeah, and it's maybe worth first picking for Beyond, but you got to be worried about DCG putting Orca on the Pike that he's performed very well on each time he's picked it. It has been against some of the weaker opponents. I think it was West Point and... Who'd they play? V3?
Yeah.
Or was it Ground Zero?
They played Ground Zero.
Yeah.
DCG played Ground Zero.
Yeah, who are maybe weaker opponents than Beyond. And Pike is the kind of champ where, you know, you're going to have a lot more impact maybe against weaker laners.
Yeah, it kind of feels like a lose harder, win harder type champ.
Yeah.
Pretty volatile is Pike, but I wouldn't be expecting to see it necessarily, I don't think.
Oh, I mean if there's like a first pick Smolder.
Yeah, I
something
still wouldn't expect to see that, I don't think. I mean, yeah, the Pike obviously has a bit of lane pressure, but...
I think what we definitely won't see is Driver on Rumble.
Yeah, I don't think so either. That's something that probably shouldn't happen. If you want to try and get this win, of course the winner of this game will be qualified into our second stage of the playoffs, up into the playoffs.
Yeah, it would be
rather than
nice to just be able to take the rest of the play-ins off and just lock in your spot and, you know, relax and watch the other teams scrap it out.
That's right.
For the last couple spots.
Give Chris Carter a bit more time to build up that champion pool.
Yeah.
See, that's 17. 17 unique champions he's at. Do you reckon he gets to 20? There is the opportunity for a 20. I don't think so.
By the end of playoffs?
By the end of this series.
Oh.
The end of playoffs. It's going to be 20 by the end of playoffs.
Yeah, definitely, right. Assuming they make it, which they are very strong candidates to make it. Whether they lose here to Beyond or not, you know, you still got to expect DCG to be one of the teams making it.
A little bit of an interesting tidbit there for you guys is that these two teams, historically in the PCS, are actually 9-9. So entirely tied up in their head-to-head over the history of the PCS.
Yeah,
and the winner, of course, does get to advance to the playoffs. So not only will they pull ahead in the head-to-head, they will secure their ticket, be able to sit back, watch and relax. Just enjoy the show.
Yeah, and their last series was very close as well.
For sure.
Each of the games very close, except maybe Game 3. DCG playing our least favorite mid laner, AD LeBlanc.
That's actually probably fair. I do think that is my least favorite
mid laner. Yeah, luckily
watch.
it's gone now. No one's playing the AD LeBlanc at all. We've seen some AP.
The head-to-head here between the junglers. Pretty evenly matched, all things considered.
Yeah, first and second in solo kills.
Yeah, that's... I mean, I know why. It's because Hushi had that like 12-1 Viego game.
Yeah.
And then 665 had some ridiculous Lee Sin games.
Yeah.
So that'll be why. Last time these guys went up against each other, though, it was 665 who actually died 25 times in the series.
Yeah.
Pretty impressive stat line.
Yeah, he is prone to occasionally...
Yeah, he's either going 10-0 or 0-10. There's not much in between.
Yeah.
Sometimes he goes 0-10 and still wins, but he does go 0-10.
Yeah, he is a player who definitely plays for impact, you know, rather than KDA.
They also both spend a lot of time around mid.
Yeah, they do.
Here it is. On your screen, as we're talking about, game number 2 is the one with the Kai'Sa. You can see a bit of shenanigans yet again for them in that draft. Give over the Callista, immediately pick away the Renata. Oh, Driver. I'm surprised they won that with Driver haven't. No, they didn't win that. That's why. Driver was on Udyr.
Yeah. Yeah.
We can't have this guy on Udyr.
And
We've seen it a couple of times and it looks atrocious.
Yeah, and the graphic is slightly wrong for Game 3. I think Beyond did win that game.
Yes, they did.
Up against Taco's Mordekaiser and Kriskada's AD LB. He got a bunch of kills on the LB, but it just didn't have impact in Game 3.
Oh, yes.
He got a triple kill at one point out of a skirmish, but just didn't manage to have any impact on the pick.
He also had that incident down bot. Do you remember where he just like dashed into Tristana on 1 HP and just died?
Yeah, that was weird.
There was a bit of an incident down there.
Yeah. Yeah.
I forgot that game even happened, actually.
Yeah.
It's been so long ago. These guys met, I think, in either week 1 or 2. And in terms of time now, we're at essentially week 9. There were 2 weeks where there was no PCS in between, but this being week 7.
Yeah, and I think between these two teams, we've probably seen DCG grow a lot more as a team than Beyond have.
For sure. Absolutely. Now into draft. Kalista just going to be banned away by BYG. They don't want a reoccurrence of last time these two teams went up against each other. And it's actually BYG who banned away the Hui.
Yeah, 116 looked very good on Hui, so a little surprising to see it banned, but it is an annoying flex pick for DCG. Because they like to pair it with Senna for Orca, and sometimes just as a pure support way as well.
Yeah.
Rumble ban, no surprises there. Would be very surprised to see Driver on this champ again.
Ash once more will be taken away. Now final ban, Smolder does remain open as things stand. Obviously there is the likes of Varus to match it. Other than that, Ari has been very present here in the playoffs thus far, and Ari will be able to be picked up. There's also Karma, Oriana.
Yeah. Nico.
Yeah, even the Lee Sin. I mean, if you're BYG and you've gone for these bans, you have to be expecting a Lee Sin 1-2 from DCG. If it's open, they almost always pick it.
Yeah, 665 likes the buy as well.
It does.
And I think if you're DCG, you do want to save your last pick for Taco in the top lane, but that's not how they've used their last pick, generally.
Yeah,
Karma makes sense. And
yeah, this is a flex. Do not get confused. We have no idea where this is going yet.
Yeah. Senna locked in.
Yeah, immediately. So Lee Sin does remain open. Vi is also a champion that Hoosh has enjoyed. Played quite a few games of Vi.
Yeah.
Viego, 116 gets his Nico, possibly. That's scary.
Yeah. Very strong Nico player.
Yeah, an incredible Nico player, really. Yeah, it is going to lock it in, so bit of a joy to watch now. We get to see Nico for BYG. 116 being one of the most impactful Nikos, probably alongside Pretender. Okay. It's not going to be locked in.
No, if it was DCG hovering the Shaco,
yeah,
I would buy it, but I'm not going to buy it.
Okay. Back to Shaco. No,
I don't think this is actually Hoosh's preferred champ here, but it is a really good pick to deny away from 665, who put on an absolute performance against PSG with the Lee Sin.
Now there is still Vi open. There are a lot of junglers open still. Vi, Zinzal, Viego, Volibear. As I say it, not really certain on this champion yet. I must be honest.
Yeah.
But actually, if you think back to DCG, back when we had the 1v1 showdowns,
Orca was playing it. Yeah, I was
Orca played it. Taco played it. This could.
You read my mind.
This actually could be a bot lane farming Volibear.
Yeah.
I don't think it will be, but it could be. This guy played Volibear, pretty much only Volibear, aside from one Heimerdinger game in the 1v1s.
I will say it does not sound very good.
No.
Not into Varus anyway.
No, it doesn't.
But they do just have that option, and that has to be frustrating to draft against if you're Beyond.
Surely it's not, but I mean, I'll be hyped to see it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's just too hard against the Varus. You just get stat
maybe
checked.
You just rely on Senna and then gank the Varus. I don't know. We still need to see junglers. Maokai going to be banned away. Actually, most likely banned from Orca there. 65 not really playing a whole lot of the Maokai, but
I feel like the Blitzcrank ban from DCG maybe gives away that this isn't going to be the usual tanky frontliner paired with the Senna. I think it's probably going to be the Karma support.
Yeah, no, I was thinking
farming.
That might be the way they go as well. But honestly, I'm not going to try and predict it.
Yeah, it's a lost cause trying to predict what DCG are going to do in draft.
their next pick should give us some indication, hopefully, on at least where one of those two champions are going. But maybe not. Maybe they just pick a jungler.
Yeah, or a top laner and flex the Volibear in the jungle. I haven't liked the look of the Volibear jungle so far. We've seen it twice already.
Oh, yeah, Taco's Renekton. Taco playing a lot of Aatrox games as well, but he's going to lock it in. So DCG once again are going to have Taco up top on the Aatrox. Jax likely to be the answer. Not going to see any jungle Jax, as we already do have that Lee Sin. Unless it's Lee Sin top. Driver? You reckon? No, Driver loves Jax into Aatrox. He's done it before.
I think they played it against, maybe it was PSG most recently. They didn't end up winning that series, but Driver was doing very well into Aja on the Aatrox. And I swear that was the game he took Fleet Footwork. We'll see if he takes the Fleet Footwork, but I think he did take it. And Bard, I think the champion we're expecting to see a lot more of. But they do go with a Rel instead.
Okay, Stay True going to be on the Rel again. We've seen him on that a few times. Orianna is going to be locked in. That's another champ. That's a new champ.
Yeah, crazy that it took him this long to get around to Orianna.
We're up to 18 now. Kind of surprised by the Orianna pick. Generally not the greatest into the Nico.
Still a pretty strong laner in her own right, and maybe has some setup for her ultis with the Volibear ult. I don't know, we haven't really seen this combo.
Sure.
But
Surprised by the Volibear. I realized it got buffed, but just to be straight taking it over what looked like a really good champ in Vi a lot of the time.
Yeah.
And
Vi, Poppy, just a Sejuani, maybe not 665 style, the Sejuani.
yeah, he hasn't really played a whole lot of tanks. It has just pretty much been Vi, Xin Zhao, and Lee Sin.
Yeah.
Well, we have our champion selects all done and dusted now for our first advancement match here in the PCS playoffs. It's going to be Beyond up against DCG. DCG having a more timid draft, I want to say. I don't know if timid's the word.
I mean, they still flex the Karma into
Yeah, but we
farming,
knew, I think, from the
we've
get-go.
just seen it before, yeah.
I was almost 100% sure that wasn't going mid.
Yeah, they've already played it.
Yeah, exactly.
On Orca.
Yeah, even more reason to think it's not. It's the same as the second time the Hui came out and, you know, Orca's played one game and Cascada's played one game. It was like, well, this is probably going support. And sure enough, it did.
Yeah, and I really wonder if the Senna is just worth banning against DCG, because it just allows them a lot more flexibility in draft.
Perhaps. And it is Fleet on Driver's Jax. Oh, the fun begins.
Yeah, playing against Karma.
It's going to be the lethality Varus this game. Kind of surprised that he's opted for the Halo Blades instead of the Arcane Comet this game.
I was thinking the same thing. It feels like you're going to get a lot more interaction with the Comet rather than the Halo Blades, but maybe the idea is you get an engage with the Rel, you want to make sure you have the damage to follow up on an all-in, or at least a big trade. I'm curious how the Volibear Lee Sin matchup is going to go, because they did pick it into the Lee, I think.
Yeah.
Like
No, they didn't. Lee got picked third.
Oh, so they first rotation.
Yeah, they did. It was Karma Volibear. Was it Karma Senna? No, they
I think
didn't.
it was Karma Senna, yeah. I think they might have picked, the Volibear into the Lee, so hopefully that is going to be performing. +1 for Driver.
Yeah, we've seen 2 Volibear jungle games so far already, and
Yeah.
both of them left a bit to be desired, really.
Yeah, it just didn't look useful at all. Looked like it just was very squishy, died quickly. Not all that much threat. I mean, it was always tempting as a jungler to pick a champ with a point-and-click stun, essentially.
True. Do you remember, like, old Tarek?
Oh,
And
yeah,
how
he just
absurd that champ was?
shot his gems at you.
And then, like, he would break his armor shield thing. It'd just explode. Do you remember it was his W? And he'd have, like, this extra armor magic resist, like, glacial shield thing. Well, I guess it was gems, but...
Yeah.
And then it just bursted. It just did, like, a ridiculous amount of burst damage
Oh, that
after
just
he just stuns you.
That just sounds like Scion.
Old Scion. Yeah, it was kind of. It was
that
kind of like
sounds
Old
the same
Scion.
as Old Scion.
I don't even remember Old Tarek alt. I know it wasn't the same as Old Scion alt.
Yeah, I don't remember. Yeah, I don't remember Old Tarek all that much at all. I remember the particle effect for his stun, though.
Yeah.
That
yeah,
was
just,
torture.
just this
Torture
little
seeing that fly at you.
old Poppy alt. Just choose a nemesis.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's a throwback.
And you could just tower dive and take no damage.
That was one of the first champs. Like, I loved playing old Poppy. You build a Trinity Force, you pick a target, no one else on the enemy team can damage you. And you just run at them.
65, maybe finding an early gank here onto 116. He does manage to flash on out of there, but a little bit of early proactivity here coming out of 665 on this volley bear.
Yeah, there's that point and click stun. Making good use of that little pressure on 1116 on a champ who is a lane bully. You want to be able to play aggressive. Might help Cruscata out a lot. Actually, Cruscata is so low, but he's going to be able to back and TP. Don't think DCG's bot lane should be in all that much trouble. Yeah, Husha is on a ward. Just looking at this volley bear, do they have smites?
Yeah, 65 does manage to smite the blue.
Still
but
level
certainly
3.
is not winning that trade up against Husha on the Lee Sin.
Tide is not scared on this center at all.
Yeah, once again, we're going to be seeing the Doran's Blade start coming out of Tide here on the center.
Yeah, just
See,
a
they're
little
getting
more
rid of
lane
it?
power. Getting rid of...
The Doran's Blade, like...
Oh, I thought they already kind of tried to nerf this start.
They're just taking it out of the game.
Wait,
so
how?
they're making a unique alongside, you know how like you can't buy a Doran's Blade and a Doran's Ring, for example, anymore.
Oh, right.
So now
the
you
support
can't buy
item is
the
unique.
yes,
Yeah, okay.
as well as the jungle item.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, a lot of junglers were just going D-Blade, first recall. Driver having a pretty good time in the top lane. Neither top laner using TP yet. And I don't think Taco will have to here either.
These Void Grubs don't really feel like they are 665s to take. He does get one of them. Hits the thumbs up.
Yeah, Cruscata doing pretty well for himself.
Yeah, I'm surprised that he is... Well, I guess obviously 116 after losing the flash,
Yeah.
nearly dying, makes the lane a lot easier. I wonder if Arcane Comet might have been better in this matchup rather than the Aerie, but I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, I know it just depends on how often you're trading as the Orianna, whether you go for the Comet or the Aerie.
Yeah. I guess Nico's going to be constantly walking out looking to land poke on you.
Driver not going to have any trouble getting this wave in and getting a recall if he wants to.
Massive minion wave. So it is 15 minions ahead for Driver, but assuming Taco gets the majority of those, it should even out.
Yeah, Driver actually just wailing on the tower. Picks up a plate for himself. And he may have to TP back to lane here. Aatrox does have a lot of wave clear. 665 was looking at the dragon, decided not to hit it.
And Sid Husha and 116 are using that timing now to pick it up for themselves. So first dragon pretty handily going to go over now to BYG. I'm excited for when skirmishes start to happen, because there is always at least one ridiculous Nico ult.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of team fight on both these teams, really. I mean, DCG kind of just have the Orianna ult. We don't know what this Volibear really looks like in team fights.
He kind of got too far behind in both of his games yesterday to really... Well, not yesterday, sorry. I believe it was Tuesday. Or Monday, even.
Yeah, just...
To really see what effectiveness it can have. It just, I mean, one of them, I think Volibear finished like 1-8 or something. And in the other game, there was just a quadra-kill on multiple members as we get the flash forward. Nice work there, but it's going to be turned around as 665 does manage to use that Stormcaller and turn around 1 kill. I thought Orca was for sure dead, but Karma is an absolutely undying champion.
Karma is such a difficult champ to kill at this point in the game, and he flashes really nicely out of Stay True's engage. Still eats the knock-up from the Rel, but yeah, manages to live, and they turn that around.
Yeah, I thought for sure he was dead after Stay True flashed forward and got that remount, knock it back, but wasn't able to finish off the kill. We'll get a replay of it.
Yeah, so Feng starts this fight really low already, which probably impacts, you know, how hard he can chase for any of these kills. And 665 is 6. Husha's somehow not 6. Oh, it was a flash ult missing from Feng there. And maybe even a late heal.
Oh, picture in picture. Driver! He's going to have to flash away from that shockwave. So, Cascada finding a nice roam timing is going to punish Driver up on the top side. Make this lane a little bit easier for Taco, who's found himself now at a 10 CS deficit. Although it is coming back.
So, at one point in this game, Husha was level 4 to 665's level 3 and taking 665's Gromp. And somehow the Volibear gets to bot lane level 6 without Husha being level 5. And I think it was just Husha doing Void Grubs and Dragon might have just slowed down his farming.
Driver, he has no flash, does have Counter-Strike. He's not going to be able to use it to dodge out there of that stun. Activates his Grandmaster's Might though and runs down south of River. So should be safe, but it's another big cooldown going to be used. BYG in the meantime though, they're starting up these Void Grubs. They did get 3 in total. These last 2 seemingly are going to go over now to DCG.
Yeah, it looks like 3 each, so no real impact of the Void Grubs for either team, I would expect this game. I think Jax likes the Void Grubs more than any champ in this game, really. So not as much of a split push menace as he maybe could be. Husha is here if 665 overcommits.
Going to Driver. Ooh. And just to make it out of that pullback from the Infernal Chain.
Yeah, Driver maybe needs a little attention from his teammates. He's received a lot of attention from the enemy team.
Taco has World Ender. He's going to pop it. Through comes the center ult, and Taco's just going to finish it off with auto attacks. The Dawning Shadow not even landing for the damage, but the shield gives Taco the confidence to continue on forward through to the tower.
Yeah, he's going to get at least 1 plate as well. Oh, Husha dodges out of the shockwave nicely. And 1-on-6 is behind Taco on the top side, though.
Yeah. Oh, Pop Blossom coming through. Taco should be taken out here. Will be fouled, and that's a kill back to BYG. 116 getting his team's first kill now on the board.
Yeah, got greedy for an extra plate there, Taco.
665 does have their Stormcaller teleport coming through. This is going to be Cascada arriving. Nice crash down, nice Magnet Storm. It's on to 2. 665 is going to be taken down as soon as that tower is reactivated. Husha ward jumping over. Q will connect. That's going to not tempt him in.
Yeah, still a 3v3 at that point when he lands the Lee Q, so not going to follow up on that, but still a massive win for Beyond. Driver is loving this in the mid lane. Picks up 2 plates. And I think maybe the Volibear ult didn't deactivate the tower there. I'm not entirely sure.
Surely it did.
It felt like he maybe went too far with it, but we'll see on the replay.
Yeah.
Either way, well played from Beyond. Feng still has his flash and doesn't go down. Stay True just got his flash back up now. And yeah, barely anything used from the side of Beyond against the TP and 2 flashes on the side of DCG.
Yeah, but it is DCG who are looking for this dragon. Husha arrives in the pit and he's going to steal it away Ward jumps on out of there. 116 on the top side of this fight. Doesn't have Pop Blossom just yet. He's going to get chained up by Orca on this Nico. He still does not have that Pop Blossom. He's going to get taken down. 65 going to claim that one. Nice flash from Finn. Gets himself out of that shockwave, which will not land onto anyone. After the flash does secure his safety, but 65, he's landed that point and click stun, and Orca's landed the Mantra Q, and all of a sudden Fing still does die on the top side. 2 for 2, but the Dragon steal from Husha.
Yeah, well played by Husha. Pretty smooth steal there, and then Orca flashes onto 1016 to make sure he goes down there, but it just takes them a little longer than you'd expect to take him out. We'll see this very smooth steal from Husha. You didn't really see it drop below 1k there. And yeah, flash here from Orca onto the Nico, but it takes her forever to die. And then a nice flash from Feng here, out of Cascada's ultimate. Means it ends up being a 2 for 2, favoring Beyond. Oh, yeah, favoring Beyond, definitely, because they get the Dragon anyway. They do lose flash on Feng. And Stay True.
Alright, the scene on the vision. Husha though, Sonic Wave lands, resonating strike going to come through. Has that sun to the sky, so the damage is pretty immense, but not going to be able to find the kill onto Tide.
Yeah, Tide is here trying to protect Taco, but I don't think there are enough members of DCG to defend this tower. Though I'm not sure Driver can actually take the full tower. Taco does have TP soon.
Going to get one, now 2 plates.
Oh, Taco just staying.
Awfully confident.
There's still 3 members up here for Beyond. Taco's almost definitely going down.
I think Taco might just be dead. World in to use. Flash, Dragon's Rage, flash from Driver. Stuns up that Aatrox, and now teleport coming through from Orca, but Stay True's tanked that tower for such a long time. He goes down, it's going to be a double.
Okay, it looked like a disaster for Orcas. Yesterday we saw a couple TPs where people were just going down after TPing, but does manage to get a double kill and actually protect the tower. Maybe 1116 is just going to pick it up here, though.
See what DCG want to do. They are posturing to contest this Rift Herald.
It's 3v2.
Husha's going to be able to get that smite. He's now got the Rift Herald picked up. 65 coming through, but he's going to go down. Pop Blossom. It's only one man, but it's on to Taco, who's doing so much damage if you let him free. He is now very, very low. His teleport coming through from Driver as well. But all things said and done, it is just going to be a wipe.
Yeah.
The remaining 3 members, actually it was Taco going down twice in the play, the extended play, but
yeah, very greedy for Taco again to stay here after he knew that 3 members of Beyond were here, forcing him back. Orca with a sidestep on that rel Q means he ends up getting a double kill here and saving the turret, so heroic out of Orca.
Stay True lost his entire health bar in that play to the tower.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a very ramped up tower.
He tanked 4 tower shots.
Yeah, and it's going to be a very big karma out of Orca now. Driver on top of Cascada.
Does he really have the damage to do this? I mean, he thinks he does. Shockwave coming out of Cascada. Leap Strike not going to be available. 65 coming up here to see if he can answer back. Command Dissonance should give him some speed, but Driver's just going to realize that this place is no longer safe to be and back on out of there. Although 665 and Tide are still on the hunt up in that top side.
Yeah, I just don't think they have damage to kill the Jacks. So they are TPing Cascada up here. And in response to that TP, Beyond have dropped a Rift Herald mid.
He will absolutely be a drifter. Does crash it in and collect himself a mid tower. Alright, okay.
Is this for the bot turret? Does it make it to bot turret? I don't think it does, right?
I don't think so, but we'll see.
Oh, can he weave it through? No, no way.
Okay.
Oh my goodness.
Fing, he's laughing on the player cams. he just made the play of the PCS playoffs thus far.
Yeah, and that's not a full license play. That's maybe forklift certified.
Yeah. No one else in the game actually realized that they were in the presence of someone that's got their forklift license.
Yeah, let him drive from now on. Pretty
Name
massive
swap,
play.
maybe? Name swap Fing and Driver, perhaps?
Yeah, true.
I've never seen Driver pull that off.
Yeah, no way.
I've seen a few people crash it just immediately into a wall, too.
Yeah, as soon as getting into it. Ultimately,
I didn't think it would make it that far, but clearly it does.
Yeah, I thought it didn't actually make it the entire way there.
Oh, Husha should have a ward.
Oh, Husha is
no,
level 11.
his team's coming. He doesn't have a ward, I guess, at the moment. Or maybe he just didn't want to use it. Obviously, the shorter cooldown on Safeguard if you use it to a teammate rather than a minion or a ward.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. It's like a third or a quarter even of the cooldown.
So it's going to be on Orca to land some poke before this fight starts. He is most of his team's gold. And maybe some heroic Orianna ult from Kriskata too, as the gold lead's not that big, but the levels, especially in the jungle, are on Beyond's side.
All right, keep your eyes on 116 here in this fight, although Driver on the bottom side, he's getting stunned up, and Orca finding a lot of damage with that Mantra Q, but the Pop Blossom's coming through, it's on to 2 on the top, and an immediate 2 kills found for BYG. Good shockwave in return to stay true. Not likely longer for this world, as it's going to be Kriskata finishing off that kill, and 3 very, very low health bars on the side of BYG. Kriskata flashing forward, he gets himself a double now. Orca still on hot pursuit, Mantra Q will not connect as Husha does manage to get himself a hop, skip, and a jump away. That one will though, and it's 4 kills for DCG.
Yeah, and you couldn't really tell who was winning that fight until the very end. Both teams playing that fight really well, landing multiple man ultis.
That was a 3v5.
Yeah, I think it was just 665 and Tide, getting engaged on with that
665 killed. No, who killed Driver? Oh, it was Orca and Taco.
It was Orca and Taco on the bottom side of the fight, killing off Driver immediately, but then Beyond find a really good 2-man engage with the Rel Nico onto the jungle and AD of DCG. But DCG, Kriskata holds onto his ulti for a really long time in that fight and manages to find a big ult, and I think that's what turns the fight around. You're going to see Driver just get taken out immediately here. Then meanwhile, on the top side of the fight, it's 665 and Tide getting caught in a big combo. And then, yeah, the shockwave almost hits more, but ends up just hitting 2 people, and Taco with a nice flash onto Feng. Once you start losing members in these fights, and if Aatrox still has his ulti up, he can just completely take over
Alright, it's round 2. Pop Blossom comes through, 3-man this time. That's 1 more than last. And they're going to be finding 1 kill immediately, but it's DCG who pick up 2 for themselves. Feng is not participating at all in this team fight. He's still hitting the dragon, and so despite the early start, the 3-man Pop Blossom is all going to be DCG. Another kill here for Taco. 116 going to try and get himself out to safety. He's done some mind games with the Nico, and he does eventually use that upgraded blast cone to get out of there, but what on earth was Feng doing in the dragon pit?
I have no idea. We knew this game was going to get exciting once they got into the skirmishes and team fights. Didn't expect all of these multiple man ults from both sides landing. And yeah, Feng was just found himself with his pants down in the back of the dragon pit.
Oh my god, we go
here.
again. It's 5 members versus 2. Husha's on the way. 116 does not have Pop Blossom. This should be the Baron going over.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way for Nico without ult especially to contest here.
This is going to be that. At least
Orca.
Baron. Orca, though, he might be caught out. Resonating Strike, Sonic Wave, everything landing. He is healing, he is doing damage, he is dodging. The ward drum and then the auto will secure that one for BYG. So 1 Baron taken out, but it is the Baron buff ultimately picked up.
Yeah, and I'm just going to be watching Feng here because I'm not sure what happens. There is, of course, the 4-man Nico ult here. 3-man, sorry. And Feng just gets stuck in the pit. I guess he can't walk past Kriskata here. If you see where Kriskata's positioned the entire fight, Feng can't walk past him. Tries to make a run for it at the end, but gets chased down. And the Senna ult used really well this fight by Tide. Blocked so much of that engage from Beyond.
Orca's quite happy.
Yeah. Does go down, so it's going to slow down DCG a bit with this Baron, but once he's up, he is a very strong member of the team, and they can look to Siege.
It's a 3k gold lead, Baron power play on the cards here for DCG. Of course, Orca going down was a big shutdown. I believe it was a 500 gold shutdown. Went over to Husha, which possibly not who you wanted on, although this guy does have Eclipse.
Yeah, he is massive on the Lee Sin. 7, 2, and 5.
6-5 though, he is not scared. Oh, teleport coming through. This is going to be 116. This could be huge. It's only going to be 2. And it's going to be immediately stunned on up. He does get the Zhonya's off, and they find the first kill. It's Kriskata taken out. Nice and early. Tide, though, he's still doing damage. 665 as well. There's so many low health bars. Fing stayed alive, and Fing's found all the damage he needs to. Sonic Wave does connect, but he's not willing to go forward. This Volley Bear is just charging forward. One more ward jump away from the Mantra Q means that Husha will live to see another day, but it's a 2 for 2 in the team fight.
Yeah, importantly for Beyond, it's a big win for Beyond, I think, because they just completely shut down this Baron play that could have come out from DCG. A nice TP flank from 1116 completely splits DCG up. Look where Tide ends up this fight on the Senna. He does navigate the fight well for where he ends up stuck behind the enemy team. On a flank of Senna, not where you want to be, but it doesn't really get to play the front to back fight you want as the Senna. Completely separated from Orca.
And Fing is just not able to do anything.
Yeah.
This really is seeming like Husha alongside 116 really having to find something to allow Fing to participate in these fights, because at the moment he certainly hasn't had that opportunity.
Yeah, Driver not getting a lot of value out of the Jax this game. Doesn't feel like the best Jax game. With, you know, Orianna and Karma able to deal with the Jax through Counter-Strike pretty easily.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, Aatrox doesn't care about it all that much. And, you know, he was shut down in lane by how much pressure DCG put on him.
Oh, 116. Tower's disabled. He's going to get the Pop Blossom off, but it's only going to land onto 665. He does have Zhonya's, and it's a Zhonya's onto that Shockwave. Driver coming in for the teleport is going to look for that Counter-Strike, but won't be able to land it as it was flashed away from Tide. But it is just a pick found. 665 going down after that tower dive, and 116 only just being able to survive.
Yeah, it was actually 1116's flash at the end there, so Nico without flash, you're going to suffer a little more, but that's still just... I mean, 1116 single-handedly shuts down that siege on the tier 2. Yeah, looking like a demon on the Nico. Hasn't picked up many kills.
Yeah, those are all Hushas.
But has had massive impact in every fight.
Absolutely. Cruscada, though, I mean, he is going to do so much damage if he lands an ultimate. He wasn't able to do that time.
Yeah.
Really nice time. Zonya's out of 116. Avoids all damage and manages to flash away from any follow-up.
There is a Maw and a Negatron cloak picked up for Husha and Driver. So they're going to be taking a lot less damage from Orca and Cruscada.
Trying to stay true. It's a Knight. Oh my god, the blast point. Tide. We've seen DCG do this before. Tide's just ended up in the middle of 4 members. Tide's ended up dead. It's a 4v5. This could be Dragon's sole point here, and the flash away, the Shockwave doesn't connect, and now Husha's going to have free reign. Driver lands a stun onto Orca. Pop Blossom's coming through. It's not even needed, as it's just going to be a clean team fight. The second time now have we seen a member of DCG, a carry of DCG, blast cone into the middle of the enemy team.
What is it with this team and the improved blast cones? And I think any kind of blast cone there, Tide was just throwing himself to the wolves. I'm confused, and I'm confused by the re-engage attempt too.
There's no way he hit it right.
No, he does hit it.
Oh, he must have accidentally clicked it.
It looked deliberate. Check his PC. Check his DMs. And then the re-engage was, honestly to me, equally puzzling. It looks like 665 is not fully committed to it. He turns around.
That Shockwave would have landed
if
665 didn't run away.
Yeah, he ran away because I don't think that was a very coordinated play at all, obviously. and like, I think they were just maybe miscommunicating about what they wanted to do there. Maybe half the team saying, no, don't fight, it's 4v5. And, you know, and the other half of the team saying, we found a go onto Varus. Yeah,
I think if 665 was 1 pixel further towards Feng, that is a dead Varus. Crypt Bloom now completed for Cruscada. I don't think we'll see that blast cone incident happen again. You know, last time it was Cruscada who did it, and it only happened once.
I didn't think we'd see it at all, but yeah.
Gotta make it fun.
Yeah. Game pretty much even now, 1K separating the teams, but 3 dragons for Beyond is a big deal. Feng may be in trouble.
Stormcaller being used here, but it's the Chain of Corruption to answer, and a nice chunk of damage taken away from this Volley Bear's health bar. The improved blast code for Feng, however, gets him to safety. stay true. He's still looking for an angle. Driver does have flash, but Orca's going to spot him out.
3 dragons for Beyond. Gonna make this very annoying to play for DCG.
And gold just even.
Yeah, somehow. A lot of it is on Lee Sin.
Just quietly, there's, you know, over 30 kills.
Yeah, yeah. These teams, it feels like we can barely get a word in. Up until about now, where we've got a quiet minute, it's just been non-stop fighting.
No.
Driver, I don't think Taco's really all that much of a threat onto him.
Yeah, he's taking out the minion wave, but Driver's taking out his tower. And now Driver does commit the ultimate. Taco, I think, wisely backing off. Now we are certainly going to be favored in the side lane up against an ultimate-less Jax.
Yeah. So what is that Jack show next for Driver?
Yes.
Going for a more tanky build. He definitely still beats the Aatrox, I would think. Aatrox not really built for fighting the Jax.
No, he wants to one-shot Feng.
Yeah. And he's been doing a good job of keeping Feng into these fights. Feng's somehow gotten himself a 350 gold shutdown. After a pretty shaky start to this game, honestly.
Cosmic Drive completed for Orca, and he's got himself an Oblivion Orb too to cut down a bit of that healing. Not that there is all that much. It is mainly Husha as well as Driver with healing available.
Yeah, I mean, Husha is maybe the strongest member of this team. Varus very strong once he's at this 3-item spike. Is going to get us Arildas as well.
He is definitely struggling to do any auto attack, and it is really just...
Yeah, at least he's the lethality Varus, though.
Yeah.
A lot of wave clear, plenty of squishy targets. He's not going to do much to this Volibear.
Oh, there's an... Oh, boy.
There's a minion behind DCG.
Oh, we've seen an incident. These improved blast cones, they're getting everyone. 116 though, with a bit of CC in his kit and a bit of movement speed, is able to actually get out of there. I was worried for a second.
Yeah, no follow-up on the stun there from 665. Rest of his team not as quick as he is. Husha.
Oh. I want to see a crazy Lee Sin play.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard against the Volibear and the Orianna, I think. You saw 665 there. Once he landed the Q, Husha landed the Lee Sin Q. He was just standing between the Lee Sin and the Q target to stun him on his way past, and then, you know, you take that Q and you land stunned, you can't really make the play, right?
For sure. Dragon Soul spawning. 5 more seconds. It is the Kimtech Soul, of course. We'll see if Beyond are able to get it. 65, he's sprinting on forward. Yomu's is going to be popped there from Feng to give him that movement speed to get away.
Yeah,
Dragon
this is
now.
Soul.
Yeah, the Soul has started. Taco, he's used his blast cone. They've found out it's 3,000 health, and it is getting denied, at least for now. Driver, though, he's found his way onto Titan. It's going to be 65 who picks up the smite, picks up the kill there. It's shut down onto Husha. 65 will go down on the top side, and Zonya's out of 116, but he's able to flash away. He's able to live. Driver on the top. He's 1v3, almost taking one. He's getting Criscata low, but he's not going to be able to find it. And now Taco is running forward with the speed ups coming through here from Criscata and Orca. But it will end with the Dragon, importantly, and the shutdown found.
Yeah, Driver lives on 1 HP. Not Driver, sorry. Tide lives on 1 HP when Driver goes onto him. Driver doing the majority of his team's damage there. And Taco engaged that fight by just walking past Beyond and getting onto Husha. On the Dragon, 665 pretty much just walking to the Dragon too.
No Pop Blossom. This is a scary position for Nico to be against you, but Chain of Corruption missing as well. Taco, he might be going down though. Taco pulps the World Ender, gets a shield coming out of Orca, and eventually will find a kill too. That's a bit of health back. Pop Blossom very, very close to being up now. 116, can he remain hidden? It's going to be up. Is he going to find 1, 2, 3? Can he find 4? Taco's got the Infernal Chains and will shut down the play. But but 1116 with some heroics on the back end of the play.
Yeah, you see why we respect this guy's Nico so much. That was kind of ridiculous. Orca put some moves onto Feng as well to live on 1 HP, but then 1116 shuts it down. And I really can't believe they just managed to walk past Beyond here. With Stay True and 1116, should have been able to stop this Aatrox just walking past them, I think. No, Nico's on the mid wave. So, really nice smite from 665. Would have been a much more difficult fight had the Soul gone over to Beyond. Honestly, Driver probably gets the kill on Tide here. Definitely gets the kill on Tide here. But yeah, they managed to kite him out and take him down. Taco coming alive in these last couple fights as well.
Somehow, we remain at a nearly dead even game.
Yeah.
We're nearing on 50 kills now. Still no Dragon Soul. The only Baron that was taken resulted in a team fight loss and no real gain.
Feng finishes the Cyrildas. Gonna mean he's doing a bit more damage to 665 and Orca, who's building his Zhonya's now. I'm surprised he didn't build Pen on the Karma, but I guess Karma, you maybe have enough utility in your kit that you can just build AP and benefit enough from that.
Sure. Driver now, he's certainly come into quite a bit of strength on this Jax. Oh.
Yeah, it's kind of what we were used to seeing earlier in the split, right? Where it's just two Goliaths in the top lane just taking over team fights.
For sure. Although, I think we can't disclude 116.
Yeah. Yeah, he has been a monster on the Nico. Scoreline maybe doesn't reflect it.
Yeah, 65 now. He's starting up the Baron. No teleport's really going to be needed as everyone is still in the mid lane here for BYG. Not going down that quickly, of course. Senna, one of the slowest AD carries to do it. Nice Magic Q lands onto 2 members, but it is just Husha and Stay True, so not all that impactful.
Yeah, DCG can just tank this Baron all day, though. It's just, I'm not sure if they want this fight. Look at 1116 on the Blast Gun.
Yeah, he's found himself a flank. Storm comes through. 116, he has Flash, he has Pop. Blossom, he's going to come in, he fights 2, and it's onto the 2 AP carries. They're going to go down. Tide had already gone down. Husha is going to find this kill eventually. No, it's 116. And now teleport out of Taco. He's trying to live so he can try and defend. It's only 665 and Taco that do remain.
Yeah, Flash engage from Stay True catches out Feng, or Tide, sorry, instantly that fight. And then a really nice follow-up from 1116 and 0 damage from Kriskata and Tide in that fight, just going down in 1cc. 1cc chain.
There is 10 seconds remaining on Tide. Orca as well is spawning in 20. But it's going to be Beyond who just pulled the trigger. Shutdown is going to come through. That's going to go over to Feng. Nexus Tower 1 goes down. Tide now respawning, but it's still 2v5. And the 5 win that 9 times out of 10. Beyond eventually take game number 1 in an absolute thriller.
Yeah, just fighting from minute 10 roundabout until the very end of the game, constantly team fighting pretty much every fight, but that last one was very close.
All right, I'm saying it. 116 gets player of the game. I know Husha had a crazy score.
Yeah.
But 116.
Yeah, in terms of plays made that game.
Yeah. A lot of Husha's kills were just off the back of so much team fight sort of success coming out of 116. But, I mean...
When there are so many long-range champs as well, Karma, Orianna, and Senna.
A lot of speed-ups too. A lot of dissonance as well as just the Karma with her E. There's a lot of like extra speed that the entirety of that team can get, and still 116 was able to find. Yeah. Maybe it wasn't the 4-man Pop Blossoms that we've seen in the past, but it was always a Pop Blossom landing onto at least one of the carries, if not 2.
Yeah. And they were always multiple man. Yeah. And with a carry in there, as you said. I don't like Volibear. I don't think Volibear's the reason they lost, but I didn't really see it doing much that game.
I kind of like the Volibear this game.
Yeah.
I think We never actually got to see a replay of the bot dive, but depending on if the tower got deactivated or not, I think like that seemed like a really good proactive play.
Yeah.
Husha was in the area, which kind of turned it against them, of course, and then teleports coming through as well. But I actually kind of like the volley bear. I think it had a pretty clear objective. It was denying Varus from pretty much doing anything in a lot of those team fights. Admittedly, Cascada was helping alongside that. But when you have the volley bear, but you also have the Orianna and the Karma, it's no longer just kind of walking at you quickly. It is sprinting at you.
Yeah.
And like you have to find some way to answer it. And the only real answer they had is like, Rel can do a bit of CC, of course, but he can just do Stormcall. It goes unstoppable.
Yeah, and she doesn't want to be using her CC on the
volley bear. Yeah, exactly. And so I actually this game, I think they'd built a comp to allow the volley bear to succeed. And for the most part, I mean, it was a lot of the time. It was a game that they weren't really looking like they were going to win, and they came back, and a lot of that was because of Cascada pairing with 665. And Orca, actually. I've got to include him.
Okay, fair enough. I still feel like I'm maybe not convinced by the volley bear. It just feels really squishy, but also doesn't do much damage.
Yeah.
And its ganks are just flash, pretty much. I think it hurts him a bit that he was up against a Jax in the top lane. Maybe other top laners, you can get behind them in a longer lane and get a stun off. And I think this was the final fight of the game. Watch Stay True with this engage. Catches Cascada and Tide. Taco keeps Driver off of his team, but they're just getting caught by these flash ultimates from beyond. And yeah, Cascada and Tide, the two members Stay True found that engage onto, didn't do a single point of damage.
Yeah.
That entire fight. And yeah, Beyond find a really difficult team fight win, I think.
How did Fing do the most damage? Because
He's just
almost every time I saw that guy in a fight, he was literally stuck doing absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
And then somehow he did the most damage. I mean, even when we went to him on like pushing mid waves or whatever, it was like maybe he landed one Q, which did like 400, 500 damage.
Yeah.
Usually when the Varus does the most damage, it's like he fires off a Q and it's like, wow, there's 1,200 health missing from whatever carry he hit. But
Yeah, against that many shields as well.
yeah, I mean,
Hard to feel the impact.
honestly, credit due to him for being able to do the most damage. It was Taco on the side of DCG who was able to do it for his team. And I mean, Driver, not a whole lot of kill participation, but there was just a lot of fighting, and Jax kind of can't get around the team fight the same way that Aatrox can.
Yeah. Unsurprising that 116 has this much KP with how much impact he was having in these fights. Him along with Stay True had a lot of work to do in these fights. Against a DCG team that these champs are not easy to get onto. The Senna, Karma, Orianna. They really enabled Driver and Husha to have a good game. And Feng apparently.
Yeah.
We didn't feel like we saw all that much of, but still managed to get a lot of damage following up on the CC from his teammates.
For sure. Husha with the most kills and the most damage taken, which, I mean, he picked jungle, so.
Yeah, the junglers have just gone demon mode in
kills,
playoffs.
yeah. There's going to be 116. I mean, that one play up top, I think, almost solidified it, right? Where everyone had died and he just kills 3 of them.
Yeah.
I think he even lives off the back of it. Maybe
Yeah,
he went
does.
down.
He lived. He lost his flash, but lived as well.
Even the top side in a tower when he.
Yeah,
when he,
we were confusing top plays because he made several plays in the top lane.
I mean the one around Baron. I mean this one.
Yeah. I was thinking of the one at the top tier too.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I mean we mixed up his plays because he's just made so many plays this game on the Nico.
So at this point he didn't have Pop Blossom, so he's kind of just biding time.
Yeah.
In the meanwhile, Orca does just kill off Feng.
Yeah, watch the moves on
This
the
stage
Varus
going
Q.
down.
And yeah, then they have no idea he's here. They do sweep. The Rocket Belt picks off Orca and the ulti. Gets Cascada.
Yeah, he does go down, that's right. This Q3
Oh,
just
Taco kills
annihilates him.
Oh, right, yeah. Okay.
Classic Aatrox. But he does save the Baron. I mean, Feng and Stay True were never saving that Baron. You saw how quickly Orca just ran up to Feng and killed him. That was,
Yeah.
It was as simple as that. And Stay True just died while Feng was getting killed by Orca. So, yeah, without 116 being there and doing that, there's a good chance they lose that Baron. And then I don't think that game is very, very hard to win from that position.
Yeah, I mean, heroic stuff.
Why we see his Nico banned almost every single game.
Yeah.
It is almost always banned. I think he played it like once or twice in the regular season, and he just pulled off mental team fights, and it was like, well, we're just banning this every single game from now on. But we'll see if that does happen in game number 2. Of course, game number 1, all done and dusted. It's BYG who are up 1-0 in the series. We'll see you in 7 minutes to see if DCG can strike back.
To lose way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, in my eyes. Way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah. Too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, in my eyes. Way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah. You got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. When my mirror was invisible, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. Hey, you got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. Hey, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. Like a fire, I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You're wild, like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. When my mirror was invisible, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You got me lost for words, and it might sound absurd. You're like dope and adrenaline, it's like both well and genuine. Hey, you got me off the ground when I was earthbound. Hey, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You're wild, like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You're wild, like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire.
2 a.m. and you're knocking on my door. I won't answer, you're screaming out some more. This isn't love, it's a need to be in control. You always play the victim, whatever. Careful where you are, 'cause my heart's like a blade. Considering karma, now you have to pay. Give me space. I need that breather, time. Give me space. I need that breather, time.
Hello everyone, we are back. Game number 1, an absolute thriller between DCG and BYG, and it was BYG who did pick up the win. And if you didn't catch it, there was some antics going on. We had one team fight where Feng was stuck in the dragon pit. We had one team fight where Tide blast coned himself into the middle of 4 people. It was an absolute thriller, and it wouldn't have been able to happen if not for the Grand Highlight Taipei. So thank you to them once again for being able to bring all these other regions to the humble home in the PCS. And I mean, for us, this just feels like home now. We get to see DCG versus BYG, and it's the exact same as how last series started off. Do you think there's going to be some more mid lane antics for Chris Carter to just drop a nuke in game number 2?
I mean, if we're following the storyline of last series, then yeah, Chris Carter's just going to wake up with a ridiculous counter pick and drop 1,000,000 kills and just solo carry a game. Not as impactful as on the Orianna.
Yeah, I mean, there were some team fights, I think, where he almost single-handedly got them across the line.
Yeah.
Like, there was that one really close one, I think it was around the second, well, when DCG picked up their second dragon, I think, where he was just finding so much damage onto all the impactful members. But
yeah, to be fair, you can't have impact on every fight as Orianna. There are just going to be flashes up sometimes, and you're not always going to find a great ult. So yeah, maybe a little hard on Chris Carter there.
I think he had a completely fine game, all things considered. It's kind of hard because 116 just had a ridiculous Nico game.
Yeah.
I don't know if we'll see him have access to that champion again, but
yeah, it's starting to feel like you have too many champs to ban against Beyond with the Nico and the Rumble already. Seems to be Nautilus a lot of the time for DCG, so they do like the Senna, so I'm surprised they aren't going for the Senna Nautilus themselves.
Yep, and they did choose to be on the red side once again, so
yeah, no surprises there.
No.
And I don't think we're going to see any mental struggles from DCG after. Sometimes you lose a game like that, and it's hard to bounce back when it's so close. It goes to like 5 or 6 dragons, 2 barons. But DCG, not a team we've struggled. We've seen struggle bouncing back from difficult games.
A lot of mental fortitude. Pretty young teams.
Yeah, Nico ban. Makes sense to me. I don't remember which ban they've dropped for that Nico ban.
No, neither do I.
First pick Karma is going to shut down some of DCG's shenanigans, but I'm sure they have plenty more prepared.
Not the Draven. We're not going to see that again.
Oh, Smolder's open. Wait, was Smolder just open all last draft?
Yeah.
That's surprising.
Okay. Taco is just scrolling through 80 carries.
Yeah, they've swapped the first pick Varus for a first pick Karma, and DCG on the other side will just take the Varus. Maybe just Lee Sin here, honestly. Felt like Lee Sin was pretty impactful.
Yep, there we go.
Kusha maybe just responds with a Viego. Seems like his best champ.
Yeah, it could be Vi.
Yeah, Vi the stronger jungler in a vacuum, but I think he's looked very good on the Viego.
Do I want to see Lucian Milio? Not really. But
Yeah.
we are going to. Don't be fooled, guys. This will not be locked in.
I mean, Rek'Sai was at one point a counter to Lee Sin. She's been slightly reworked, though. I'm not sure if the interaction is still the same between Rek'Sai and Lee Sin.
Oh, we're
So-
going to have Lucian Nami.
Yeah, so this is the second time we've seen just Lucian Nami taken over
Yeah.
Lucian Milio.
DFM doing it yesterday.
Yeah.
Interesting. Now, will it be Bard? I wouldn't hate to see the Bard. We've seen Orca's Bard before, and it's looked really, really good, so... Lulu, eh? Okay, so it is the Lulu.
Yeah, some last-second swaps, but yeah, Lulu probably going in support. I would be in disbelief to see Cascada playing Lulu mid.
It's Lulu top.
Oh. I would be less surprised to see Taco playing Lulu top for some reason.
No, it should be support, which means it will be the on-hit Varus.
Yeah. Yeah, you probably don't want to poke Varus. With the Lulu, trying to just maybe match the solution and just stand and deliver against all these enchanters. On-hit Varus does feel pretty good against enchanters. All the shielding and healing just kind of gives bigger HP bars that you can just hit without all that much resistance on them.
Okay, Sejuani Vi banned away here for Husha, or from Husha even. Oriana the first ban, so respecting Cascada and the work he was able to do in the last game.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see the Sedge ban. I feel like maybe that was should have been a Viego ban, but just maybe the comp that Beyond can put together is a little scarier with a Sejuani.
Okay, banning away the LeBlanc. It looks like Cascada might play a game of Ari, and will do so.
Yeah, DCG just not flexing anything.
Well, let's not get too ahead of ourselves. It doesn't seem like anything's getting flexed.
And will Driver just go for a blind pick Jax?
I would be surprised. Driver has seemingly got a lot to say in this champion select.
Yeah, so maybe Viego just not that good into Lee Sin or these champions.
The blind Nah surely isn't happening.
I mean, once upon a time, this was a good blind pick.
Now, we've seen Driver on the Aatrox before, and it didn't really look that good. Will we just get the blind Gragas? Looks like we will. Okay.
Oh, we will see what Taco has for this.
I don't think it's the Cho'Gath, but...
What even counters Gragas?
Nothing.
He just is always going to get by in lane,
Yeah,
right?
he's just the ultimate lane neutralizer.
So maybe just go for a scaling pick. Gragas
He can kill you, don't get that confused.
Yeah.
You don't want to get too greedy.
Yeah, right.
Aatrox it's going to be. I mean, honestly, Taco having a pretty good game.
Yeah.
Just-
Got a little help from his team in the early game, right? And then once he got out of lane, he was having massive impact in team fights.
For sure. Now, a very vastly different game we have on our hands here.
This is definitely the first Lulu we've seen.
We saw Zeri Lulu
Oh,
yesterday.
yesterday even.
Yeah. Was it yesterday? No, maybe the day before.
Oh, right, Chi-Chi.
Yes. Yeah, that was yesterday. Yeah, I was right. It was Chi-Chi
Okay.
and Enso. And they had the Nocturne as well.
Yeah, we don't see a lot of Lulu. I don't think the champ is very good right now, but maybe it's a lane matchup thing. And DCG think they can just crush this lane with Varus Lulu. Sounds like a very strong lane to me. Lucian Nami not all that strong in the early game.
Yeah, they do have a bit of pressure, of course, but in general, they don't have all that much kill threat. Level 6, maybe a little bit. But honestly, for the most part, you would expect that Varus can kind of just stand there and
Yeah, just auto.
out-damage.
Yeah.
But maybe easier said than done. We'll have to see. Obviously, BYG now, they are just one game away from making their way into the playoff section of our playoff section of our playoffs, the second round of our playoffs, however you want to say it. And one of the rare drafts from DCG where there is just no antics going on.
Yeah, nothing too spicy in the draft at all from DCG. They still did make us worry about the Lulu flex, which I don't think is a real thing, but just because it's DCG, you still have to worry if Lulu is a flex pick. Cleanse on Feng, I was wondering if you would take this. You get some value against the Polymorph, Verisol, and the Charm. Reasonable to take the Cleanse here, I think.
Yeah, it does allow you to play more aggressively.
Yeah.
And if you are playing Lucian Nami, you do want to be playing aggressive, especially around the mid waves later on into the game. See, I don't really know what to expect out of this mid lane. I do expect that maybe it should be okay for the Ahri. It has a bit of sustain in the kit. Little aren't start for Orca. And of course it is the on-hit Varus, so this level 1 definitely going to go in favor of him as he's able to stack up the lethal tempo.
Yeah, DCG do get Beyond's heal. Opt to not use their own heal in that trade.
Oh, Driver with a bit of a spicy trade.
They get Feng's Cleanse in the bot lane as well. Cleanses the slow from a Glitter Lance. So I think if you're watching how this bot lane is going, as either jungler, you want to be heading down there. They both already had that in mind by the look of things. Both junglers clearing their top side and going to make their way bot.
Yeah, nice trade from Cascada in the mid lane.
Yeah, doing well into the Karma.
Gets the execute off, and Driver just every time Grasp and Body Slammers up, just body slams into Taco on the Aatrox, gets his Grasp and walks away. Shouldn't really be too much action in the top side. If anything were to happen, I would say probably Driver getting a kill.
Yeah.
Because this guy's a bit of a maestro at the Gragas.
Yeah, he's got Demolish as well. Gets his first Demolish proc.
It's always oh my.
Damn. Under turret winning that trade against Taco. Taco can't get that cannon either. Torture. So we might see more blind Gragas in general. We saw a Gnar picked into it. Husha's walking straight at 665.
Yeah, it was yesterday, right? Antix picking up the Gnar and sorry, picking up the Gragas blind and answered by Jiang's Gnar. So the Gragas doing pretty well in that lane yesterday too.
Yeah. Yeah, so until someone figures out a counter pick for the champ.
Oh, there is none.
Yeah, I mean, he is such a strong laner.
Yeah.
Pretty similar story to last game with Husha invading the Gromp of 665. This time 665 does get the Gromp, but Husha's hung around.
This feels a little bit illegal, but maybe it's not. First blood goes over. Feng going to be able to pick that one up for himself, but in will come 665, and he's going to claim one back. Low mana bars here as the Glitter Lance does land, but Nami, with that speed up coming through from her abilities, is going to be able to get Feng out to safety.
Yeah, a bit of CS lost for Tide as he's almost down 10 at this point. Is probably going to be okay. It's not the end of the world. He gets some assist gold, but a kill goes over to Feng. Cascada, Prio, and a recall against the Karma. Karma does get even more obnoxious as she gets points into her queue, though, so I don't expect Cascada will be able to keep this up. .665, I don't expect to see a dive onto the Gragas.
Oh no, there's no way, but he might be able to get this Gromp. Husha's on the way though, and
Yeah.
Taco has first move. As there is a wave currently crashing topside. Teleport coming through now for 116. Is he going to come to the play? Husha goes in. Not sure who got the Gromp. I think it was Husha on the Zinzao. Driver 116. They have collapsed around these two junglers, but it seems like everyone will just turn and walk back to their designated lanes, although Chris Carter isn't. He does have Spirit Rush available, and he's just going to be a pest. Force Husha to struggle to get his camp. Doesn't manage to.
Is level 6. Karma not quite level 6 yet.
Oh. Damn, that was a pretty crazy dodge.
Yeah, nice moves. Husha on his way to the dragon. His bot lane sitting pretty now. Up a Kerchi's shard.
The carrot.
Yeah, the carrot.
Bugs Bunny down here. That's heal and barrier immediately popped for the heal of Stay True.
Yeah, struggle street for DCG.
Oh.
These two are constantly scrapping over Grom.
Yeah. BYG once again. First move, but looks like 65 should be able to pick himself up his own Grom. Dragon started though for Beyond. See if it can be answered. 116 with quite a lot of mid lane priority right now.
Yeah, hard to maintain the prio Cruscata had against the Karma. She eventually just starts doing way too much damage with her Qs to you and the minion.
Should be. It's Dragon number 1 now. Picked up at pretty much the same time as last game.
Yeah. So Void Grub's on the side of DCG.
Oh, fancy footwork out of Driver. Tell you what, when I lane against Aatrox, I try and do that, but I still just get hit by every single sweet spot.
Yep.
Maybe when I'm laning against Aatrox, they just have bigger sweet spots.
Yeah, could be. I mean, maybe they're better than Taco.
No. They're just hackers. Definitely a quieter game than last.
Yeah, last game was pretty quiet in the early game too.
That is true. Should we go back to talking about old champs? Gragas. Gragas when he used to be...
yeah, his Q was just instant.
You could just proc it insta.
Yeah.
And all his W was you use it to get back some health and mana. There was no like auto attack buff or anything like that. You just...
Yeah, just take a drink.
Off cooldown, would take a drink and got mana back. Lucian used to have a longer range Q.
Oh man, I remember you could like poke Caitlyn's out of lane with Lucian Q.
Yeah, back in the good old days. Has any other champs in this game changed? Well, Xin, he was changed a lot.
Yeah, I don't even remember old Xin. He
No,
was
me
kept
neither.
relatively the same. I think his ult didn't have the immunity.
Yeah, I don't even remember what his old ult was.
I think he just spun and did damage. I think it had the knockback
Oh,
on it.
the knockback, right. Yes, it did. I'm pretty sure.
So another scrap in the jungle. I think we're seeing so much jungle fighting because you don't have the Rels and Nautiluses in the support that we usually see.
Yeah, 6-5 though. He's...
So it's just hard to get punished for, you know, what in some games might be an overextension. You know, it's just a Nami rotating.
Stay True going to lose his flash there. Chain of Corruption though was used. A nice Sonic Wave, Resonating Strike, Dragon's Rage kick. But Feng's able to flash on out of there just in the nick of time.
Yeah, really nice flash by Feng. So DCG's bot lane have to be careful for this counter gank. They see a pink ward go down in their try.
Yeah, they certainly seem aware.
Yeah, allows Beyond's bot lane to get a wave in. Tied completely out of mana.
He was kind of changed. She used to just... How did it work? Like after every... Now and then. Oh, Husha goes in. It's going to be the smite picked up here from 665. Blast Cone though. It's made everyone go to different areas and Husha's come off worse for wear as he's in the middle of 4. Bubble will miss here from Stay True. He's now out of mana. 116 is only just surviving, but not for very long as Feng's going to turn one back for himself too. As a double kill there for Feng. It's a 2 for 2 in the play.
Yeah, these teams feel so evenly matched. Honestly, it's Feng who's probably the big winner out of that. Picking up double buffs for himself and double kill, putting him at 3-0 now. Might even have his first item finished already on this recall.
I wish we could see how many grass procs drivers had.
Yeah, probably a lot. It seems like he's proccing it off cooldown. Yeah, static should finish for Feng already. So it's a fight over blue buff. DCG's bot lane is already so low, and 1-on-6 is already here.
Who hits this?
Wow, he just gets... Yeah, who does hit that? He gets CC chained, and it looks like he's going down, but... And just to live, and Husha somehow manages to live for so long too, and it's 1-on-6 living for so long here that they end up being able to trade a kill back onto 665, and then eventually that kill onto Cascada as well.
We come out of a replay of junglers fighting each other, and what do we see? Junglers fighting each other.
Yeah, whoever put jungle as the featured matchup, the series knew what they were doing.
Yeah, Sonic Wave connects. Driver, he's pretty low, but Taco's certainly lower.
Yeah, Driver with ulti as well. Not a lot of AP on this Gragas yet. Is going for Roa. Wow, look at the item disparity on ADCs.
It looks like Feng is going to go for that Energizer build. Driver, he's in trouble now. World Ender used. Nice explosive cast. Is it going to mean he gets out, though? I'm not so certain yet. Sonic Wave connects. Resonating Strike coming through. Dragon's Rage onto Husha, but Husha is here. And the teleport's coming through as well. He might not even need it, though. Taco, is he going to find the kill? Body Slam almost denies it. He will trade one back for good measure as 116 does claim the second kill for BYG up at the top side.
Yeah, Taco manages to salvage something and get a kill back there, but I mean, Husha seems to just be there every time. And this was so well played by Driver. This ulti and flash. Managing to hit both. Barely hitting 665 the right direction with that ulti, and then he's forced to kick the Lee Sin away instead of Driver into his Aatrox, which I think was the original plan. And no reset for Taco either on his ulti. Because it just takes him so long to kill Driver. Feng dashes out of the Varus ulti.
Oh yeah, through comes the tidal wave. Barrier was used. Bubble does connect, and Husha, he's here in the nick of time to claim himself a kill. It looks like the Baron should be on the menu now. Sorry, not the Baron, the Dragon on the menu for BYG.
Yeah, well played by Feng. It was actually DCG's bot lane looking to get aggressive. And I don't think 665 was around. I think he was looking at mid at the time. We'll see if he can go for a steal here, but there's a lot of vision on him. Not a whole lot to stop him getting here, though. Cascada's here.
Yeah, 116 coming down. There's a 4v5. Feng slowly walking through. Husha does get aggressive there, but that's more just a thought off any seal attempts. Smite comes through. One singular HP.
Literally 1 HP. It looked like he was just going to walk up and smite it away. Man. Yeah, that is about as close as it gets. Literally as close as it gets.
Damn, that was...
Yeah, second dragon beyond now. Probably not that consequential in the grand scheme of things.
Taco having a pretty decent trade for himself. Of course, Rod of Ages now completed for Driver, but still doesn't really come into full effect until 10 more minutes time, or 9 at this stage. Stage 3 going to get hit by that Sonic Wave. Nice Dragon's Rage, gets the double knock up, gets Husha away from 665 on the Lee Sin. Lands another one. He's actually going to keep going aggressive. Bubble is dodged away from. As Feng's clearing this minion wave out. Static Shiv doing a lot of hard work here as there's 2 minions just meeting. Cascada going to use the Spirit Rush, but he's so low. Second usage is going to have to make sure he doesn't just get taken out by this Karma.
Yeah, can TP back to lane. And 665 is such a psycho. Engage on.
Feng's gone forward. Culling, Wild Growth. He's not going to find the kill, but he does find the flash and the heal. Now Tide being looked at. The tidal wave will go wide. Cascada now teleporting to this bot lane. 665 is coming, 116 is coming though for BYG. Engage coming through from Husha. He's gone invulnerable while no one's inside that sphere of his, and 116 is here. Magicu misses, but Husha will not. Now 665 has returned. He's respawned, he's come back, but he's not going to be there quite fast enough.
Yeah, unlucky for Cascada. He doesn't have his ulti there. Otherwise, that fight probably looks very different. Both flashes lost for DCG's bot lane, along with Cascada's. Feels like things are trending Beyond's direction. Last 3 plays all going their way. And it's off the back of, I mean, a 2-item Lucian. Hopefully Varus is backing for his Blade of the Ruined King now.
Yeah, Feng extremely strong now on this Lucian. Certainly something to be concerned about.
Yeah.
It's going to be the Dream Maker for both of these supports. Makes a lot of sense, of course, being that they are enchanters.
Yeah. And it's pretty hard to kill this Lucian with the peel that's coming through from the Gragas and 2 enchanters on his team.
Even Xin in many ways, but it's going to be easy to kill if you're able to take out his support. Nice charm, lands on the stay true, and that makes light work of him. As Rift Herald, the focus for DCG now. No Nami, means it's hard to get vision, but teleport being committed from Driver.
Yeah, they want to fight it.
Yeah, see what DCG choose to do. Maybe leave Taco down in the bot lane to pick himself up a tower. Could be one option. Doesn't seem like they're willing to commit too hard to the play.
Yeah, I guess they just don't want to fight without their Ahri ultimate.
Dangerous to give Feng the forklift.
Yeah. I think... Oh, he doesn't do a lot of damage to this turret.
Yeah. Not a whole lot at all, but...
665 trying to zone the Gragas away. They're just going to drop Rift Herald mid immediately.
This crashes into a wall after... Okay, it didn't. Can you imagine?
No, Feng's been coaching his teammates.
All right.
Giving driving lessons.
Okay.
Yeah, here comes another Rift Herald charge.
Yeah, a lot of damage to both of these mid lane towers. Cascada looking to go aggressive. Husha's going to get charmed up. Nice explosive cast. Disengages for now, but it's a hook. A kick even, landing onto Driver. He flashes away, and he's found a nice slow, but
Feng.
Taco's found his way onto the backline. Feng, he's a shutdown. That's going to go over to Taco, nice and easily. Now 116 trying to find the damage onto this Aatrox. He's getting CC'd up. He's getting taken extremely low. BYG without their super fit AD carrier still trying to remain competitive in this fight. But all things said and done, it's only going to be Feng going down. Taco now extremely accelerated.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like the kick doesn't work out for 665. And I'm thinking the fight is pretty doomed for DCG, but then I just see Feng running for his life from Taco. I wonder how he managed to get onto him. Without the Gragas, there's not a whole lot to stop the Aatrox just walking you down, I guess. But I would have thought the Lucian would be mobile enough. We'll see how Taco makes it into this fight. So Feng lands a nice ult onto Tide, and then Cascada interrupts Husha's dash, but it's impossible to kill this Xin. He doesn't get hit. Oh, I guess he's TP'd into the rush bot, and yeah, Statru's used his ult already to help with the other side of the fight. Doesn't realize Taco's behind him. A massive shutdown going to Taco. He even manages to stay alive.
She does. Back to live. We're ARAMing still. The junglers are still battling each other. But damage coming through to 665. Feng's going to dodge out of that charm and actually return quite a lot of damage onto Cascada.
Yeah, Dragon is up. Cascada no ulti now on the Ahri. No TP either. Taco
he's
out.
used his ult. Aatrox half the champ without his ult, and he's probably just going to go down.
Yeah, I don't see a way for him out of this one. DCG going to try push mid.
Oh. Driver's just standing there.
Yeah. Feng playing appropriately, respectfully.
There's a shutdown. Driver picking that one up for himself. Looks like he's going for the Rod of Ages into pretty much full tank. Not too surprising considering we do see the Grasp of the Undying coming out.
Yeah, unfortunately, flank doesn't work out for Taco this time. And I respect Driver taking the shutdown.
He deserves it.
Feng's got enough gold. 665
Jump.
though.
He's still going to get snared up. He's rooted. no wild growth. It's just going to be 6-5 taken out. Heal was used. Not sure if it actually was in time or not, but either way, that's a deadly sin.
Yeah, gold lead just over 2K for Beyond. Honestly, not as big of a gold lead as it feels like, because it really feels like everything's going Beyond's way, aside from that one fight where they managed to kill Feng, or Taco managed to.
Absolutely. Now, it is 3 dragons, of course, for BYG. They are up in the game in terms of gold, in terms of objectives. 4 more minutes, we will see them have their opportunity to really cement this one, cement themselves into the playoffs. Of course, DCG, they're by no means out of it. You've got a very scary Aatrox who has honestly 4 extremely squishy team members to try and take down on the opposing side.
Yeah.
And we've seen it be done before by Aatrox.
Yeah, we've seen it be done by Taco this game, somehow finding his way onto Feng. And this matchup is going to get very Aatrox-sided as items come in.
Yeah. Frozen Heart for Driver. Helping out against that Aatrox, the Lee Sin, as well as, of course, the Varus.
Yeah. This Xin pick is proving to be really effective this game. He's eaten a lot of charms and Varus ultis, but once he pops his ult,
Ooh.
yeah.
Big chunk.
So,
Oh yeah, here we go again, and engage onto Husha, but he is able to just get that Xin Zhao ult out and looks pretty fine to me. One more Spirit Rush charm available. Nice slow from that Magic Q, lands onto Tide as well as Orca. Cascada now going to use that last Spirit Rush charm. Charge even, and it's now a 4v5. Jungler dead for DCG, and Baron alive. All 5 members converging around this objective.
yeah, could be scary. Taco on his way, Cascada coming from base, and they don't have the fastest Baron. They do have a Fed Lucian, but he's not all that great at taking the Baron.
Yeah, for sure. World Ender going to be used from Taco as well, so your opportunity to fight is going to be
Flash
really
Charm.
limited. Flash Charm lands onto 116, but he lives. An explosive cast hits 3. Feng with 1 kill. Driver with the double body slam after the flash. The knock-up. Taco's dead as well. That was a clean fight out of all involved. And Beyond are going to really cement themselves so firmly ahead.
Yeah, 665 not even going to go for the steal too hard against the Gragas. He can just shut down the Lee Sin completely. And, I mean, they shut down the flank coming in from Taco and 2-man body slam to seal the fight. Very clean game from Beyond.
Absolutely. Beyond having a pretty good game for themselves. Feng especially. 665. He's doing what he can in the meanwhile. He's trying to get this red buff. Got a bit of farm for himself. But it's once again Taco, after one great team fight, he's getting caught out.
Yeah, and as soon as he pops ult, they just leave him. They're kind of happy with that. 2-man Mantra Q. Flash Charm lands on the right target, but this Varus just cannot hit against Driver's Gragas.
Oh.
Yeah. He's a monster on the Gragas.
Kind of disrespectful to not give him that one, but
Yeah.
I think we're going to see a Driver Gragas dance after this game.
I hope so. Feng goes for IE. I love it. Giga Chad. Usually the quick blade's on Lucian. But you are going to just see him dash at someone with an Ami E on him. And, I mean, take 60% of Lulu or Varus's HP off.
Yeah, if not more.
And this is, yeah, well, this is where you love having the cleanse as well.
Oh, he doesn't even need to auto attack, huh? Orca, I mean, 60% was a pretty accurate reading, but it wasn't with the auto attacks.
Yeah, I mean, he is so massive on the Lucian. And we talk about Beyond, a team where just anyone on the team can randomly pop off and take over a game.
Oh, 6-5, okay.
Yeah, Charm just goes wide there.
Safeguard going to get him back to safety. Taco, he's found himself on a flank. He is standing on a ward. Nice kick out of 6-6-5, and they've found 116 nice and early. Feng even He flashes away from that Q3. It is a 4v5 now. Cascada split rushing in the backline. Fing getting knocked up by that Q1, and 665 connects onto him with that Sonic Wave. It is going to be Tide who picks up that kill. Driver, though, he's still making work in the middle of the team fight. Husha should be taking out 665. Driver will eventually go down. Taco picking up so much for himself. There's a bunch of shutdowns, a bunch of gold, and a bunch of dead plays here on the side of BYG. It'll be the Dragon now for DCG.
Aatrox is... I mean, Taco is so good on this Aatrox in these team fights. I was about to start monologuing about how Beyond are so good and everyone can pop off and take over a game. As Feng is taking over this game. No jungler for DCG, though, means Husha might just be able to come in and take this. It's Soul.
He does not have flash, so...
He has WE, though.
Yeah,
okay.
Teleport coming through. 116 even might be able to take this. Absolutely quick scopes Orca there at the start of the fight, at least, and we've seen him save one neutral objective already this game. He doesn't get it. Oh, I was almost certain he was getting that.
Yeah, it's hard to outsmite the Karma, but Taco times his Q3 well. And I mean, just watch Taco this fight and how many Qs he lands. He gets a Karma delivered to him by 665. Lands that Q2, forces a double flash out of the bot lane of Beyond. And then kites back and Qs Lucian again with the Q1. Nice Q from 665 as well. And then Tide with the snipe.
And then Tide with the Q.
Yeah,
some
much needed gold onto Tide, I think. He's not gotten to play this game at all against Driver. Every time he's in range, the auto Driver is just body slamming into him on the Gragas. If he does get any uptime on this Varus against the Gragas, Driver will go down quickly.
That seemed ambitious out of 665. Or maybe it's not as Cascada teleported into the back line, but he is so low now, he's actually going to have to run on out. Husha again with a fantastic Xin Zhao ult, and Taco no world into this fight. It's just going to go down. That's one kill to Feng. He's looking for a second. He's dashing. Driver takes that one. He's going to get himself to double now, though, as only 2 members remain. It's Cascada as well as Orca, and they are running for their lives up against a completely uncontested Lucian.
I think they killed... Oh, there is another wave coming in. Oh, Cascada's almost certainly going down. He is 3 levels down to Driver on this Gragas.
One of them is Rod of Ages, you know.
Yeah.
Oh.
2 honest levels down.
Okay, they're still battling it out. Inhibitor goes down. Oh,
And
Cascada does as well.
Clear.
Orca is going to survive, but will his Nexus? It certainly doesn't seem like it should. BYG take down Nexus Tower number 1. They take down Orca. They're taking down Nexus Tower number 2. And in fact, the Nexus as well. It will eventually be BYG who take up the 2-0 up against DCG and will now promote on to our playoffs.
Yeah, big statement from Beyond 2-0ing DCG. We were saying this is a very difficult team to 2-0. We were expecting a 2-1 either way, just because of how tricky DCG can be in the draft. Not getting as tricky in the draft this time.
Yeah, it didn't look as good, right? Honestly, if anyone got tricky in the draft, it was kind of BYG and just picking up the Gragas blind. It's not something we've seen a whole lot. Yes, we saw it yesterday out of Antics, but at least here in the PCS, and especially Driver, who tends to be our best Gragas in the region.
Yeah.
We haven't seen it blind. We've seen it as an answer before, but definitely not blind. So BYG trying something a little different than what we're used to out of them and making it look really good.
Yeah, no Cassante today. I don't miss him.
No. Yeah. I still swear that Champion is just not that good anymore. He's still okay, but like...
Yeah, it looked like everyone was still trying to play it, not having much impact on it. I think the Gragas blind, if you can play it like Driver, seems pretty good to me.
Yeah, absorb some pressure up on the top side, was just kind of forcing Taco to have a miserable lane for the majority of that game.
Yeah.
And then when it came to team fights, you saw the impact he had. He found his way onto Tide multiple times and just made that Varus's life misery.
The one caveat, though, is that Aatrox still had plenty of impact, too. And that is a champ who kind of got free farm. He was suffering in the 1v1, but
he was even in farm.
Yeah, he was even in farm, and he just got all his farm on the Aatrox and got to be an Aatrox in those team fights in the mid and late game.
Yeah.
So it is a risky pick. You have to be very confident that you can have impact on this Gragas. But it might be the best you can do blind.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to top lane, I swear that is the lane with the least amount of safe blind picks because you just get like you pick something that just has a turbo counter and you're now stuck in a long lane that is extremely gankable, that is just completely countered. I mean, you're just going to get dove with like 2 minion waves coming to your tower, and at that stage it's just over for you. So yeah, I think Gragas strikes me as one of the best, if not the best, blindable top laner.
Yeah, it makes sense to me.
Yeah, you can't often destroy your lane, but you'll never really be in a position where you're just straight losing it, because worst case scenario, you sit back and farm with your Q, or you know, you can take grasp.
What's the greediest champ you can pick top? Gangplank?
Oh, he has a bit of safety though. Now, it's got to be something with like no safety.
But
right?
I just mean in terms of if you get this champion farm, if you get if you get this champion farm, you are gonna just torture the enemy team if you don't have something to punish it top. So maybe like I don't think we'll see Kayle.
Like Fiora, maybe.
I
don't think it's GP because he still like has problems when it comes to if people can jump on him, then he probably just dies.
Yeah, still
unless you're like
carry.
way too far ahead where you just one-shot them. But
yeah,
in general, I mean, like, you know, if
maybe
there's a
Twisted Fate.
Yeah, Twisted Fate would be up there, I'd say, and he just gets more gold as well.
Yeah,
so.
yeah, GP same kind of idea. We're gonna see, is this the final fight of the game? Maybe just Overforce. Taco pops his ult very early here, and Cascada finds a nice flank.
Oh.
Unfortunate on the charm on Feng. He did have cleanse anyway. And Husha just runs into the enemy team. The Xin is unkillable for this comp. Once he pops ult, no one can really threaten to kill him at all. And yeah, a really nice game from Feng, who is probably our MVP, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's either him or Husha, right? I think.
Yeah,
It's
Husha
between
had a
those
great
two.
game. Driver, good game too.
I mean, everyone had a good game.
Yeah.
It's just pretty consistent. This game's certainly cleaner out of BYG than game number 1. And again, I think going to DCG, yes, Taco had a good game once more, but I don't like this team as much when they aren't just trying to get creative in the draft.
To be fair, Lulu Varus is a very suspicious
that was.
in the bot lane.
Especially against the Lucian Nami. I'm not sure how it's supposed to go, but I mean, from what we saw, it wasn't all that.
Yeah, they had some really good trades in the early game, and I mean, Orca has been so good for this team on picks like the Maokai support, Nautilus, Bard,
Or a carry.
yeah, or just a straight up carry for him, that it's bizarre to put him on Lulu. And that game he was 0-0-4 until he died at the very end there. He did fine on the Lulu, but what can you really do on a Lulu?
And Driver, he's taking that throne that usually resides for the junglers. Most ever taken by death. And honestly, this is our first... Oh, no. Since yesterday, this is our first time it hasn't been a jungler with the most kills. It was Feng on the Lucian.
Yeah.
Of course, he was pretty impactful there. Most gold, most kills, most damage.
Yeah, pretty clean Lucian game. Taco managed to get the better of him in one of those fights, but after that, just played it pretty clean.
Yeah, I wonder if that last fight might have been different if Charm lands. Probably not because of the cleanse, but there's a chance.
Yeah.
Maybe he can't play as aggressively because he lost the cleanse. I'm not sure, but... I mean, honestly, DCG found quite a few good angles with their teleports. Taco made it work for his one. Unfortunately, Cascada wasn't able to land that charm.
Yeah.
Lucian is just very fast with the Energizer build as well as Anami.
Yeah, and really hard to catch this champion when he's got 2 enchanters, and this fight was such a disaster for DCG. Ends up being a 2-for-2, but Feng picks up another double kill. Or up double kill when he already had the 1 kill.
Yeah.
In lane and double buffs. Orca shows up to heal Cascada, but it's just not enough to save him.
God, it seemed like right there, Feng was just shooting like paintball bullets at that area. It was doing absolutely no damage.
Yeah, Lucian is so weak early.
Yeah, he is. He's deceptively weak, right? Like, people think he's very strong because he has that double auto attack, and, you know, if you can't trade into him well, he does just find a lot of damage on you in lane for free, but not a lot of damage coming through from that passive in that instance. Certainly was a lot later on, though, and...
Yeah, and honestly, if that was a Bard, I think there was a lot of indecision from DCG in that draft. It felt like a couple of their picks, they were swapping between 2 champions until the absolute last second, which is never a good sign. I don't think that's mind games at that point. I think they're legitimately unsure between the Bard and the Lulu. But imagine that is a Bard in, for example, that very last team fight. where they're just running in a straight line at the enemy team. They could have maybe Bartle to help them out a little.
For sure. That is the series done and dusted. It is going to be BYG who make it through to our next round. But we're going to go to an interview now with Paddy as well as 1116. So do enjoy, and we'll be right back.
接下来到赛后采访的是 BYG 的中路选手1116，请116先跟大家打声招呼。
大家好，我是对中路116。
Congratulations on winning this fierce matchup. Your team is now the first team to advance to stage 2. How are you feeling now?
今日は激しい戦いを制し、ステージ2に進出できたことおめでとうございます。現在の気持ちはいかがですか？
恭喜你们拿下今天的激战，成为第一支晋级第2阶段的队伍，现在心情如何？
当然还是很开心吧，因为我觉得论实力，我们已经会赢DCG，所以这在我们的意料之内。
もちろん嬉しいと思いますね。実力といえば、僕は BYG の実力は DCG より強いと思います。
I'm very happy because I think for our strength against DCG, we're gonna win. So today I think it's just normal performance for us. So in the first game, you and DCG were stuck even for a while. Then there was a sequence when you made a triple kill on the top side tribush, which helped the team win. Can you tell us how you made that play?
DCG との最初の試合は非常に接戦でした。1116選手がトップレインでのトリプルキルでチームを助けて劣勢を挽回したプレーについて、その瞬間の思考を教えていただけますか？
你们和 DCG 在第一场打得比较焦灼，有一波你在上路三角草的3连杀，帮助队伍扳回劣势的 play， 可以跟我们说一下那里是怎么做到的吗？
当下就是说他们吃巴龙就在送，然后我就觉得我那边是喊我的大绝，当我大绝好，我就知道他们要死光了。
あの時は相手チームがバロンナシャのところでずっと戦っている時は僕のチャンピオンのウルトラスキルはできた時あいつらを全部殺すことが確信しました。
So I know when they were playing around Baron, they're inting, and I also have an ult ready, so after my ult is ready, I went in and helped the team win that fight. Now you made it to stage 2 and can rest and watch for a while. Who do you think will be the winner for tomorrow's match, Group B matchup? FAK or DFM?
ステージ2への進出が確定しました。明日の B グループでのトップ争いについて FAK と DFM のどちらをもっと注目していますか？
现在你们确定进入第2阶段了，可以隔岸观火一下。你觉得明天的 B 组第一之争，你比较看好的是 FAK 还是 DFM 呢？
我觉得我蛮看好 DFM 吧，因为他们毕竟是我们 BYG 的一生之敌，我支持他们。
So I think it's DFM because they are our opponent, the best opponent for us. I really support them too. So this year, LJL and LCO join us for playoffs. Do you have anything you want to say to fans from these two regions?
今年は LJL と LCL からの仲間が私たちのプレーオフに参加しました。これらの地域のファンに伝えたいことはありますか？
今年有 LJL 和 LCO 的朋友们加入我们的季后赛，有没有什么话想要对这2个赛区的粉丝说的
？LJL 跟 LCO 的粉丝，欢迎大家支持 BYG， 谢谢。
LJL と LCO のファンたち、BYG の応援これからもよろしくお願いします。
So to the LJL and LCO fans, thank you for supporting us, and we'll try our best in the following stages. Thank you so much for the interview, and congratulations for the win. 再一次恭喜你们赢得今天的比赛，也感谢116选手来到今天的赛后采访。我们把镜头转回主播台。
Biggest takeaway from that interview was he sees DCG at Baron and just goes, "Bros are inting," just triple kills them.
I like
Easy as that.
I think DFM will win tomorrow because I'd rather play against them. DFM fighting. All right.
Yeah, hey, whatever works. I just like how it just straight got translated to
Inting, yeah, and it just made it through several languages. Just
through the barrier of language, it came through. Of course, series number 1, BYG picking up the win. They will be our first team to qualify into the upper brackets, excluding the ones they got to buy, of course.
Yeah.
In our next series, we're going to see the lower bracket of Group A. It's going to be Ground Zero up against V3. LCO, can they get their first series win in the PCS?
I guess we'll see. I don't think so, though. But more on that.
Yeah. Yeah, more on that. Exactly. We're going to go to a break. 15 minutes is all you have to wait. Once we're back, Ground Zero versus V3. Sorry. Will LJL strike twice, or can LCO get their first win? We'll find out very shortly.
Slow jam season. Don't be shy now. Nighttime romance. Golden moments. Don't stop dancing. We got tonight to be happy. Let's take our time and be happy. Come on, baby, won't you dance with me? Sing, ooh la la, I like the way it feels. Ooh la la, don't be shy now, let me sing. Ooh la la, I like the way it feels. Ooh la la, this is what we came to do. Ooh la la, we came to party. Ooh la la, we came to party. Ooh la la, we came to party. Ooh la la, this is what we came to do. Hold up, not too fast. We got time, gon' make it last. Champagne glasses, hit 'em. I'ma move like this, you gon' buy me a diamond. So jump on it, come on, I know you want it. Raise them glasses to the sky. It's our time, we own the night. We got tonight to be happy. Let's take our time and be happy. Come on, baby, won't you dance with me? Sing, ooh la la, I like the way it feels. Ooh la la, don't be shy now, let me sing. Ooh la la, I like the way it feels. Ooh la la, this is what we came to do. Ooh la la, we came to party. Ooh la la, we came to party. We came to party. We came to party. We came to party. This is what we came to do. Come on, baby, don't be shy. Come on, 'cause you and I, we own the night. We gon' take it slowly, right up till the morning. You know it. Come on, baby, won't you dance with me? Sing, ooh la la, I like the way it feels. Ooh la la, don't be shy now, let me sing. Ooh la la, I like the way it feels. Ooh la la, this is what we came to do. Ooh la la, we came to party. Ooh la la, we came to party. Ooh la la, we came to party. Ooh la la, Power, weakest thought, money driven, major fraud, breathless body, diamond bones, wanna be it, wanna feel it. Pull up, you feel me, don't like the world, I'm rising, equipment, fantasy, getting it, just call it free. This night, power, weakest thought, money driven, major
cause I'm getting too much confidence on that heavyweight flex. I've been earning and working, everybody want this. I'm untouchable, stacked up, Greek god. I got the thunder and lightning, energy rush. I've been winning and winning since the day I was made. Makes you wanna be like me. I'm always on top of the game. Ain't never gonna touch second place. Nah, never. I'm always on top of the game. You know that I win, that I win, that I win, that I win. I was born to be bad, so go 100%. Cause all I do is win and win and win and win. You already know. I got the world in my hands. I'm like a perfect diamond, I'm red. Cause all I do is win and win and win and win. You already know. To lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Pain on mine, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, it in my eyes. It's way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Pain on mine, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah. You can see it in my eyes. It's way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Pain on mine, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, it in my eyes. It's way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Pain on mine, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah. You can see it in my eyes. It's way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Pain on mine, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, it in my eyes. It's way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Pain on mine, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah.
Hello everybody and welcome back ahead of series number 2 of our second stage of Group A, shall I say. And of course, it's a rare sighting in the PCS. We're going to have 2 teams, neither of which are actually from the PCS, at least in the regular season. It's going to be V3 versus Ground Zero, both fresh off defeats, but now fresh off a wake-up from the Grand Halai Taipei. So of course, once again, a big thank you to them for housing the players from the LCO and from the LJL. Without them, it would not be possible. So shout outs to them. And of course, now, Lo, what do you think Ground Zero need to do here up against V3 to pick up a win?
They need Schernfire to have a much better early game than he has been having so far. He's looked really hesitant on some of the ganks he's been making in the early game. And yeah, hasn't really gotten off the ground in either of the 2 games they've played. We have only seen them 2 games. So they'll get a chance against V3, who are maybe a softer opponent than DCG. Not sure yet, of course, but we will see. And this is V3 on your screen. HRK was underperforming a bit in their playoff loss to DFM. So maybe he could be a weakness that they're able to exploit as Ground Zero. Otherwise, Lemus looked pretty solid. Theon in the top lane looked pretty solid. Kisei having a few rough games as well, so yeah, it's hard for me to see Ground Zero winning this. V3 just looked a lot more promising, but you know, we'll see.
I mean, V3 in their prior series, it was a tough fought battle, of course, up against BYG. They did go down 2-0, but ultimately I think their bot lane, who, at least over in the LJL, seemed to be kind of a weakness for their team, was actually performing fairly decently.
Yeah.
And the top laner, who was touted as kind of their main carry, was a bit quiet. Didn't really find too much success. Admittedly, he had to try and go up against Driver's Rumble in one of those games.
Yeah.
Definitely not the easiest start to your PCS playoffs runs.
Got an Alawi pick in.
Yeah, he did, and he actually popped off kind of in that game. As Ground Zero now does appear on your screens. It's Tien, Schernfire, Kisei, Lemus, and Benvi. Now, last time these guys went onto the Rift, it was actually game number 1 where Benvi picks up an early double kill on the bot side. Things looked like it might be going pretty well, but it was immediately turned around by Orca over on DCG, who we just watched, finding some amazing plays on the pike. So, obviously, signs of life, signs of potential really coming through for Ground Zero, but it just didn't really eventuate to much. But now, obviously, fresh off of watching over what last game and going over their mistakes from their prior game, as well as getting a bit more practice in, should feel a little bit more confident ahead of this game.
Yeah, interesting they go for the red side. We see most teams preferring the blue side. Usually it's just DCG opting for red side.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see. Maybe they want to utilize a counter. I mean, obviously, if you're on red side, generally it means you want to look for a counter pick, unless there are some other funky businesses going on in the draft where you can sort of leave a bunch of OPs open. They get one, you get two. But
yeah, if you've watched V3's games in general, Tana in the top lane is a massive strength for this team, so they might just be making sure they get a good matchup for Theon.
Absolutely. And of course, a little info there on your screens. As it says there, loser of this will be eliminated from the PCS playoffs. The winner goes on to fight the loser of Beyond vs DCG to continue their hopes to advancing on throughout the PCS playoffs alive.
Yeah, loser goes home. All on the line now. You got to start getting these wins in now, or you don't get to stay at the hotel much longer.
That's right. You don't get to go up against DCG. Obviously, we've already seen Ground Zero go up against them. If they do win, they'll get another opportunity to take the win. V3, they went up against BYG, who we saw are a stronger team than DCG, and so maybe get to show that they truly are a contender here in the playoffs.
Yeah, and they looked like they were in it with a shot at least in the second game, V3.
Yeah, the first game was kind of a write-off when Rumble got a quadra kill, and then next team fight, Smolder got a quadra kill.
Yeah.
HRK with his cool haircut.
Yeah. Understandable featured matchup. It feels like how good Ground Zero will look in any given game is just based on how well Surenfire does in the early game.
Definitely a lot of experience behind him. 10 years of competitive league. Obviously, he spent a lot of time playing in Korean solo queue, playing in Oceanian solo queue, and then overseas in many other regions. So, see what he can find here in this game. Slow start on the Volibear in the last series. I mean, both of these junglers did pick Volibear in their last series, but
yeah,
I mean, we haven't seen it pick up a win yet, and it hasn't really seemed all that impactful.
Yeah, it looked a little more, well, okay, looked like less of a liability for DCG, but I don't rate the Volibear jungle. We haven't seen it top yet in the playoffs, which I thought is where we'd see it more often.
That is a gold difference at 14 stat if ever I've seen one.
Is that champion kills at 14?
I believe. I don't know.
No, that seems like a lot.
It
if
does.
it is champion kills.
There were a lot of kills in those games.
Yeah.
It could be.
Yeah, early games you can tell going a lot better for V3.
Yeah.
This is a 2-game sample size.
Yeah, it's not really all that much to talk right home about.
Yeah.
This is just, and Ground Zero did have the harder opponent as well in BYG.
No, Ground Zero had DCG, yeah.
That's true, actually. Right roll.
Though, you know, it's not one-to-one that the better team is going to be more difficult for you. Sometimes it's a stylistic thing.
For sure. Heading into draft, obviously, Smolder has been banned against Lemus in both the drafts thus far. They're actually going to take away Benvi's Ashe immediately, so he's not going to be able to play that for a third time in a row.
Yeah, and I don't think I've seen V3 play Smolder ever. I haven't seen all their games in the LJL, just a few of the playoff ones, but they were just perma-banning the Smolder and the Twisted Fate, I think, against DFM.
And we'll see. It's a long way to go in the draft. Talia going to be taken away. That's, of course, a ban towards Surenfire, who has looked very strong on that champion over in the LCO. So
yeah, Ground Zero were looking down and out in the LCO playoffs, but Surenfire managed to get a few really strong Talia games in and turn it around against, I think it was Bliss.
Oh. There's Lemus. He's not interested in any theatrics.
Yeah, dialed in. Lemus been playing well.
He has.
Yeah, if you look at how far behind they are in these games, he's still managing to find impact and get damage in these fights.
And it's V3 who banned the Jace. That was a champion banned against them twice by BYG, so...
yeah, that's surprising.
TN does play Jace, so maybe not wanting it for whatever they're cooking up in their team composition.
Yeah, Tana is a monster on Jace, though. One of the graphics, if you've seen it, is he has like over 1,000 DPM and is undefeated on the Jace. So Smolder is open. I think Ground Zero will just snap that up immediately. Karma first pick from B3.
Oh, okay. It is. There was pain on our phases for a second there.
Yeah, as the Volibear was hovered. Nautilus, a stronger champ, definitely, but back on the Volibear.
Now, I mean, the DCG Volibear kind of looked okay, simply due to it had a Karma and an Orianna. But this time you're playing Volibear against the Karma, which just makes it even harder, really, to look for anything, to be honest. Call a spade a spade.
Yeah, it did okay, but did it feel like a first rotation worthy champ? I guess it is a flex, which, you know, it's always nice to early rotation flexible champions.
This is true. Nautilus going to be locked in, something that is often banned against BenV in the LCO, so going to be quite comfortable here on that Nautilus. He's going to be going up against, however, Varus Renata. Always has been a very formidable bot lane. Smolder might get punished in this lane, but should be okay as long as you can get the stacks. Doesn't feel particularly diveable, being that you have got that Nautilus, and maybe it just means Surenfire is going to have to spend a lot more time down in that bot side. But Lemus, all the graphics during our breaks do say it. He's gone 19-0-5, received a pentakill on the Smolder. I think the game prior to that or after that, he got 18 kills as well. So certainly having some pop-off performances.
Yeah, as long as Ground Zero can hold it together in the early game, they've locked in a very strong win condition in the Smolder. Puts V3 on a timer. And I think jungle bans are definitely the way to go for Ground Zero. Try deny some early game power picks in the jungle just so that you can, you know, maybe fare the storm a bit in the early game. Varus Renata is a very strong lane. I would expect Ground Zero to ban Vi next. Ahri taken away by V3. Kriskata kind of struggled as the Ahri into the Karma, but was doing okay in the early lane phase.
Sure. Okay. Maybe targeting junglers again. Viego, Vi, Lee Sin will remain open. Okay, Jax. I mean, it's a top laner, maybe. We saw Frank play it in the jungle last night. I was going to say last series, that would have been a lie. It was last night. Going like 8-1 or something. Do you remember his score? It's kind of crazy. The Jax, Gemini. Frank Jungler.
Oh, right, yeah. The Jungle Jax incident. It was into a Volibear, right?
It was against Antics. I don't remember.
Yeah, I don't remember. Maybe it was against the Xin.
Yeah, it was. It was against the Xin.
Yeah.
It was. Swiper was on the Xin. Now, TF locked in. Could be mid, could be top. This Volibear's location is still also unknown.
Yeah, you assume it's top, but it is nice to have the flex. And Smolder is a flex as well. But I would think TF would be fine into the Aatrox top.
Yeah, you tend to be able to just run away from him if he pops his World Ender. And if he doesn't pop his World Ender, you just auto-attack him.
Yeah, stun, point and click stun, doing wonders in any matchup.
Last pick now to come through, Sejuani. Not the best amount of synergy with the team, but it is just nice to have a beefy frontliner when you have things like the Varus and the Karma, even the Renata. So, not the worst pick in the world. Might not have as strong of a 2v2 alongside the Karma than it might with something like the Yone that we've seen in the past here in the PCS playoffs. Now, Ground Zero looking for their last pick. Can be, honestly, any of top, mid, jungle. And it's going to be a jungle, so it's going to be the Volibear in the top lane. We're going to have Lee Sin for Surenfire. Or, no, okay, it's Lee Sin top. Tien plays this a lot in solo queue. He plays a lot of Lee Sin top.
Okay.
It's going to be Lee Sin top. Sorry, I got fooled for a second there too.
Yeah, okay. I wasn't expecting that. I thought it was just going to be Volibear top.
No, yeah, it's going to be the Volibear once again in the jungle for Schönfire.
Honestly, more concerning for me is how this TF is going to do in the mid lane against Karma.
It's actually usually okay, I think. In general, you probably need minion dematerializer, so you can make sure that by the time you get to sort of one item or get your lost chapter, you're able to just one-shot the back wave of minions, and then your second wild cards will just clear out the front.
Okay.
And so you kind of, honestly, are fairly even in terms of wave clear. If you are the AP, of course. If you're AD, it goes much how the TF AD matchups go. You can kind of just auto-attack her, as long as you're dodging away from those Qs, and especially the Mantra Qs.
Yeah. We'll see, because he is just going to be up against this tower, at least in the early game. And it's going to be difficult to find an angle for the TF to roam and ulti into either of the side lanes.
For sure.
Probably going to just be ulting to bail out his bot lane a lot of the time. Probably nothing too aggressive happening bot.
Yeah, well, it depends, right? If Schönfire is looking for a dive,
Yeah.
the 4-man can quickly turn things around. It is going to be AD TF. So we have essentially a full AD team comp, but of course TF will be doing roughly 30% magic damage. Smolder as well has a bit of magic damage. Even the Volibear.
Yeah. It is probably going to be a very hard to kill Sejuani, but I don't think you're worried about it. I think the Smolder is still just enough.
Yeah, no, for sure.
3 stacks already.
That's pretty much game over. 3 out of 225.
Yeah.
Keep count, everyone.
I mean, that feels so good as Smolder. It doesn't actually matter, but...
Yeah, I love it in solo queue when you're just sitting in that bush and you see 5 people walking at you. You just throw it out and it's just the easiest 5 stacks you'll ever get. It's actually impactful too, by the way. It means that you get to get
getting
to that...
25.
Yeah, which is really, really important for your lane.
Yeah, each of the thresholds matters a lot.
Yeah, it makes getting more stacks even easier. So, and especially in a lane here against the Varus Renata, where you're not really expecting to get too many stacks.
Yeah, you need your wave clear ASAP as well.
Okay, I like this. There's no way Sejuani can duel with Elisa in this early on in the game. It's kind of like the Udyr treatment. HRK, though, he's still just hitting his jungle camp. He might just go down. Did it land? It landed on the blue buff, but it shouldn't matter. Nice dodge there out of the flail. HRK maybe needing to take that Arctic Assault. Schönfire, he has flash available. Gonna land the slow. No, he won't. He's only gonna run out of timing on the stun, but the auto attack will get it. So first blood given over now to ground zero. Schönfire having a much better start to the game than his last Volibear, which he was first blooded in.
Yeah. Greeting his flash there just to see if the E would land. I think it does have a slow on it and might have just killed the Sedge on its own. So holds on to his flash, but picks up the kill anyway. Or tries to hold on to his flash.
Nice work from DN though.
Yeah.
Really cool to see. Now, I wonder how the Aatrox Lee Sin matchup goes, because...
Surely it's hard to kill the Lee, ever.
Yeah, I don't think you're ever killing Lee. But, I mean, I don't know. What do you even build as the Lee as well?
Sundered Sky, probably same jungle stuff, right?
Yeah.
Maybe he goes, I want to see, like,
Eclipse.
Profane Hydra.
Eclipse, yeah.
Eclipse, Edge of Night, stuff like that, but... I mean, the kind of tanky Lee Sin build makes sense to me. And
HRK somehow got 2 blue buffs.
Yeah. Those
Wait,
are
that was his second camp. He's done...
Yeah, those are the only 2 camps.
Heavy trades in the top side.
Yeah.
There's a little lifesteal available for both of them, though.
Yeah, Theon going to be suffering a little bit with how much time he spent fighting the Sejuani. And it's up to Schönfire to do something with the advantage he's got. It's going to be very ahead of the Sejuani.
It feels like a very difficult bot lane here for Ground Zero. I do like Lemus taking the teleport, because there is going to be probably multiple times, even during the lane phase, where he's just going to be forced out of lane.
Yeah. By
nature of being a Smolder into Varus Renata.
Yeah.
And so being able to teleport back there feels really nice. Level 3 on both the junglers. It's Ace with first move here in the mid lane.
This is a twisted fate, though. This could be a scary fight. It's bot lane with Cryo as well that probably makes Ground Zero not want to chase this. I think Lemus will miss having cleansed this game, though.
Yeah, possibly. It is pretty hard to hit a Smolder. Schönfire getting nice trades. Flash, gold card from Kize, and that's another kill over to Schönfire here on the volley bear. Kize is trying to follow up forward, and Ace, is going to lose his flash. Lemus with the flash. Oh, Benvi, he's not going to land it. Oh my god, flashing over the piercing arrow, almost finding the Archu, but not quite having it.
Yeah. Ends up just trading flashes with the Varus. That was a really nice flash out of Lemus.
We got Fancy down there.
Still has TP.
Yeah, he's at 25 stacks as well. This bot lane certainly looking good right now for Ground Zero. I'm not sure how this went so wrong for V3, but HRK is here to try save the day. I believe he was spotted on that ward before he went into that bush, so wisely, Ground Zero are going to recall. Lemus probably doesn't even need to use teleport to get back to this lane as things stand, but maybe he'll just choose to do so anyway.
They decide to greed and stay, and they're going to get rewarded for it. V3 had already finished their TPs, so good timing on the TP cancel from Ground Zero.
All right, +3.
Yeah,
what are we at? Oh, I didn't see.
They're going to back with an extra wave and deny a bunch of creeps to the tower too.
Yeah, it wasn't a cannon wave, importantly, so...
Yeah.
Ground Zero, though, they're still being proactive on the map. Topside is the target this time. Schönfire is going to land a stun, going to land a snow. It is going to be the Sonic Wave, and we are so back.
Yeah. What a strong start from the LCO with the scaling Smolder pick too. Kind of seeing the value of the volley bear this game. He has a lot of early game damage. I wasn't sure Aatrox would go down there, but Tana maybe not sure either. Doesn't commit the flash.
Chake, though, he's not going to just sit there. He does start making some progress on the map, getting this dragon started. Oh, Tana. Oh, you might know not.
Level 6
Dragon's Rage available. Destiny coming through, and Flash does get popped, but
wow,
that was very decisive, very quick, very well played.
Yeah, I mean, this is a completely different Ground Zero than we saw yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy what the Grand Halai Taipei can do to a team.
Lemus, though, left on the weak side, does still have his TP, so he's certainly going down here.
Yeah, he's going to get that wave cleared. He might even be able to pick up one in return. It's going to be Benvi who eventually picks it up, probably. And it is. Benvi not going to be able to make it out, but Ace might be going down too. No. He does. It's a double kill for Benvi on the Nautilus, and Lemus does have teleport, so not going to lose all that much himself. Doesn't get the assist, however, for Ace going down, but...
Yeah, you're still fine with this as the Smolder, just because you do have the TP to get back to lane.
Yep, the dive looking a whole lot worse for V3 than it did look for Ground Zero, but...
It is just 2 kills going over to the Nautilus, so to me it's debatable whether it was even worth Benvi walking up to the tower to trade the kills back. It does maybe hurt the enemy team's tempo a bit. And speed up his first item.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you never hate your Nautilus getting some tankiness in him early on.
Yeah, they probably don't trade either of these kills back if he doesn't go.
For sure. And Smolder did get an assist on at least one of them. It's a shame that he didn't manage to get one for Ace, but I don't believe he connected with any abilities at any stage, so... Oh, what does this build into? I can't think. There's too many bruiser items.
Oh yeah, I have no idea. I don't play these.
Black Cleaver?
I
don't think it does. Maybe it does. Be surprised for it to be a Black Cleaver though.
Yeah, it wouldn't make too much sense into the Aatrox.
Does it not just build into Profane Hydra? I think it does, right? Caulfields and then a Brutalizer? Brutalizer has a pickaxe in it.
No, there's a Tiamat in that item.
Oh, there is. Yeah. No, you're right. Oh yeah. It's not the Warhammer, it's the Tiamat. Makes sense.
Is it just Sundered Sky, maybe? Doesn't that have the little fist thing? The drill?
The tunneler?
Yeah.
I think so. I don't know if it has...
Schönfire looking mid. See if a gold card connects.
Maybe going to find his way onto Ace again. Stun, followed up by stun. 2-point-and-click stuns. It's a lot of time that you are not moving.
Okay.
Disable the tower, as well. And Schönfire, he's picked himself up as 3rd for this game.
Yeah, okay, maybe Volibear doesn't suck. I thought this champion was terrible, but Schönfire is looking very good on it this game. just running between lanes, killing everyone. Going for a more aggressive Volibear build than we're used to, I think.
Level 6 for the bot side. Both teams now. Kize, though, he's been given a lot of free time to make some work on this mid lane tower. He's going to be a very, very rich Twisted Fate, but not quite as rich as Schönfire on the Volibear. Eclipse! It is Eclipse.
Okay.
All right, based.
Yeah.
We're going to have some damage out of this Lee Sin this game. Eclipse to just the Tunneler. Somehow, despite what happened to Tana, he is only down 5 CS. Almost miraculous that that's a thing.
Yeah. Getting killed in the top lane and then getting dived between your towers. Same story in the bot lane. Limus doing fine after getting 4-man.
Bot lane.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty hefty gold lead. Almost 4K. 3.5. Only 10 minutes in. Not insurmountable if you are a V3 fan. Certainly can come back from this, but
Yeah.
the hard thing is that you've got to try come back from this within the time that
Yeah, before Smolder gets a
just
stack.
starts destroying your entire team.
Yeah, when you're behind against scaling, it's so difficult. Because it's going to take a while just for you to claw back this gold lead.
Yeah, and this TF will scale as well. So it's not even like it's only the Smolder late game. Of course, Varus is no slouch, as well as the Karma.
Yeah, Smolder feels so good as well when you've got this much CC on your team, just enabling you to safely queue.
Yeah, it helps when your front line is just 3-0 and then 2-0.
Yeah, V3 probably want to stack up these dragons and have that as a win con against the Smolder. Essence Reaver finished for Limus now.
Yeah, it is going to be the Blade of the Ruin King, though, for Binny. And I think right now I still like the chances for the bot lane of V3 if it were to come to a dragon fight. Of course, things change if, depending on what Kize is doing. If Tien can come down with his teleport, probably will be pretty good for Ground Zero. Ben V, he's going to land the depth charge. It's going to be on to Ace. Gold card coming through. Tien's on the back line. He's going to try and look for something. He's not going to be able to find anything just yet. He's going to get stunned up, and he's going to be going down. It's a shutdown, and it goes over to Benny. Stun comes through. The bailout is going to come over as well, and Tana has made it out of there. Ground Zero, they're trying to find the damage in the fight, but they're not able to. A second shutdown coming through onto this Varus, and somehow it's a disaster team fight. It looked like Tien had all the angles, but everything came up V3.
Yeah, how did no one from V3 go down there? I don't even know what happened that fight. It was kind of a weird start for V3 with an engage onto Benvi. They interrupt his pull away with the Nautilus, but he kind of just tanks everything up and then turns around with his ulti. I guess no one's really in position to follow up on this Nautilus ult. And then
I think Tien greets his ult here, by the way.
Oh, and doesn't... Well, he barely gets a chance to do anything. He just gets immediately CC'd the moment he shows up. And
the bailout.
Yeah, the bailout there. Kisei lands so many gold cards this fight, too, and they just can't quite finish these targets off. Limus doesn't go down, so he continues to stack now, at the very least. Yeah. A little bit frustrated, but still looking in good spirit.
I don't think that was a chef's kiss, by the way. I don't think that's what that emoji was.
No.
Benny, he has not got Chain of Corruption, but he has got a slow there on that Blade of the Ruin King, and wow, he's got a lot of damage. Limus, he's going to have to look for the recall. Hopefully Hittel doesn't stop it.
Yeah, not looking to stop his recall, fortunately for Limus. And yeah, I mean, what a well-played fight from V3. Every member of their team was 20% HP by the end of that.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, I mean, we said they have to try and find a way back into this before Smolder really comes to his own, and
yeah,
they've certainly paved the way to do that. They are still 2k gold behind. Ground Zero are still
gold lead was so massive.
But
yeah, and this
certainly a lot of gold now onto this Varus.
It still just takes so long to break that big of a gold lead.
Oh, not able to cancel.
It takes so long to claw back that kind of gold lead that, you know, Oh,
Benvy with the flash. He finds the stun there. It's onto Hetzel. Through comes the death charge, using it onto Benny, so he can't just stand there and deliver. But it's another disaster fight, as it's going to be Ace picking up the first kill there. Benvy getting a little bit too big for his boots and does go down. It's V3 once again coming out ahead.
Yeah, against the Karma and Averus, it's not really Ground Zero who should be looking for these 4v4s.
Oh, okay. I was a little scared for that too.
When we see the Smolder pick work at its best, it's a very passive early game. You're looking to punish overextensions from the enemy team rather than make too many proactive plays of your own. And Benvy maybe just getting a bit ahead of himself. They don't have the damage to kill people through the Renata and the Karma shields right now.
Ground Zero, though, they still do have quite a lot of power on their top side, of course. This Lee Sin as well as the Volibear are still very strong, so they're going to use that along with Kize to pick themselves up a Herald.
Yeah, at some point, Theon just took top tower.
Yeah, I think maybe it was just when that fight broke out in the river just before, because it was Tana who was in the mid lane.
Oh, right.
While that occurred, so
yeah, Theon just didn't move, took the tower.
Yeah, I think so. I didn't look at what Tien was doing, but
all right, we need a stack check ASAP.
He's doing well in CS. Oh my.
Yeah.
This is not lethality, Varus.
Yeah, even on the on-hit Varus, still max the Q. A lot of base damage.
All right, I don't need to see Sejuani's player frame. Come on. Sejuani has passive up.
Yeah, Shrimpfire
One
to steal.
delicious treat does go away now. I want to see what this Lee Sin can find. Had a fantastic start to the game.
Yeah. Still a really difficult champ to have impact on in these fights.
Oh, 113. So we're almost
nice.
at the second evolution.
Yeah.
A little bit slow, but you do expect that up against a champ like Varus as well as the Renata. So
Yeah, very strong lane on the other side. And
yeah, I think he's doing completely fine for himself.
yeah, a couple disaster fights slowed him down too.
Yeah, he did manage to stay alive, so he would have got a bunch of extra stacks from just trying to find some
people,
damage
yeah.
there. Oh, Schönfire is getting aggressive. He could look for the knock-up and then maybe the play onto Benny. He does find his way there, but he might be a little bit too far ahead of his team. He does actually manage to just sprint on out.
Ooh, Rift Herald almost takes the tower on its own.
Oh,
it does.
Yeah, got the Void Grubs. Got 6 of them, so...
Yeah, that's big mid tower down now for V3.
Okay, everyone's grouped. This is the time of the game where Lemus can really stack up.
Yeah.
But he needs to get his next upgrade for it to really matter, because once
Yeah,
you
the
are
bounce.
going to have that splash available for yourself, you just kind of accidentally hit other people while farming and just stack up even quicker.
It feels like you want to fight this as Ground Zero. I'm not sure if you do. This is the strongest soul in the game, so you'll be under a lot of pressure against the soul point.
They're choosing not to, and I think, I mean, maybe you just have to, but the problem is your Smolder is probably not going to have stacks by next Dragon. And so regardless of if you fight this one or next one, you are probably still going to have only the second evolution and not the full execute just yet.
Yeah, he'd need 100 stacks in 5 minutes. I didn't catch how many stacks he was on. He was on there. This is a very difficult soul to fight against. Probably even with the Smolder, you'll make your life a lot harder if you do just give up this soul.
Yeah, for sure. Just the constant slows, especially when you are up against like Aatrox, the Varus as well. Being slowed up by that sort of static shiv, Hextech soul proc just makes your life so much harder.
So looking for a play on this bot tier 1. I like this. As long as Lemus is just sitting pretty in mid lane, farming up, the rest of the team can look for these rotations. Just as long as they don't drag Smolder away from the wave.
Yeah, I think it might be the V3 instead who are trying to do so. Rudolph, but he's going to get absolutely smashed by that hostile takeover. He's not even going to have the opportunity to pop that Stormcaller. And so it is just a free kill found. Schönfire going to be going down. But this hostile takeover as well as the Chain of Corruption used. And so this does mean that Smolder is going to have a little bit more safety on the mid waves, but...
Yeah, down a member though. He's going to farm up Krugs. I don't think
Raptors.
V3... Oh, yeah, sorry. Raptors. I don't think V3 will go. Maybe a kill onto Kisei.
Yeah, he doesn't have Ghost. He has Flash. He's going to flash away, but... Okay, he's going to be fine.
Yeah.
It was a little dicey.
Yeah, a lot of vision in that side of the map for Kisei. Made him feel safe. Somehow, HRK wriggled his way behind him.
Okay. Kisei on the Twisted Fate as well. He is no slouch at this stage of the game.
And this
He
isn't
does
the
just-
usual TF build we see. This is a new Twisted Fate build.
Yep, new build just dropped.
Usually we see Static Shiv energized builds, but this is just an on-hit, straight DPS Twisted Fate.
Yeah, maybe just an answer to the fact there is a Sejuani and an Aatrox, just being able to burn them down a little bit quicker.
Yeah.
I do think you probably need Rapid Fire Cannon.
Yeah, you still always are going to get a rapid fire cannon, I would think.
Okay, I don't need to see Varus. I need to see Smolder. 162. So he's definitely not going to get to his
Yeah.
upgrade in 2 minutes, but, I mean...
You probably still have to just take the fight.
Yeah,
as-
there's no way you can just give the soul.
So even kills, a bit of a gold lead for Ground Zero. Maybe something happening. V3 are very grouped up.
You're not actually finding anything Lemus, though. He does lose a massive chunk of his health to that Mantra Q, and HRK coming through. Hook lands is going to be landing on Titana. Kisei is going to be here, but Lemus has not got that much health. Benvi as well got even less, as he is going to have to flash away. Benvi landing another hook to his demise on this occasion.
Yeah, unfortunately, Theon wasn't quite there yet. Smolder ult going to make light work of this wave.
Did he use Smolder ult? I didn't know
Yeah, I
this.
didn't quite hear that. It sucks to Smolder ult the wave because you lose your ult, obviously, but you don't get to queue you don't get to stack off the minions that you do ult.
Do you think Tien was prepared to kill off that Scuttle Crab and then just see 5 people recalling all around him?
Yeah, no, I don't think so. Would have made the little... It makes a little ding sound when
Yeah,
it
but it,
reveals
it
someone,
like
right?
stacks as well, so you just hear like 5 ding sounds all at once. I think it only does that for wards, though. I don't know if it does it for people. Maybe it does. Can't remember. We
Oh, yeah,
try to
I'm
get
not
some
sure.
vision. But there's Ground Zero at the moment with control over the river. They do have to be worried about V3 just choosing not to contest the Dragon and going and doing Baron. Of course, with the on-hit Varus, they will do it fairly quickly. They're going to find a hook here. This is going to be onto HRK, though. This Sejuani, extremely tanky. Hostile Takeover comes through. It lands onto one. It is going to land onto BNV, but he doesn't auto-attack his team. But Schönfire now dead with Hextech Soul spawning in just 14 seconds. You're in a 4v5. You don't have your Smolder stacks, and this might just be the Hextech Soul forced to be given over.
Yeah, and Ground Zero could have been happy with just taking a Sejuani flash there, but they overchase a bit, and Churnfire goes down for it.
Yeah, Ground Zero is still 3k in the lead, but just really not.
Yeah, it doesn't
seeing
feel
any
like they can
proof
win a
of it.
fight. Yeah.
It's going to be the Hextech Soul now started up 4v3, and without a jungler around, there's no opportunity to steal. Without a jungler, there's not really an opportunity to do Baron, and so all you can do is get some more stacks onto your Smolder and hope that Lemus will eventually find some crucial team fight impact.
Yeah, so close to getting his stack.
Yeah, 202.
If they could have delayed one of these dragons or gotten one of their own, maybe just played a little slower in the early mid game, you know, he might have had it for this soul fight.
Yeah, very possibly. He is at 2 items as well, which feels really, really good when you do hit the stacks. Of course, Rapid Fire Cannon makes it even better.
Yeah.
But quite a wee way away from that as things stand. Kisei, though, he is also very strong here on the Twisted Fate. He is currently 0-0-3, but he is farming up nice. And, of course, Twisted Fate with the passive. The rolled dice, I believe it's called. Just going to constantly get more and more CS and more gold from that.
Only lost 1 tower, Ground Zero.
Yeah, they are up gold. They're just now down a Hextech Soul.
Yeah, which is probably worth a reasonable amount of gold.
Yeah, I would think so.
Yeah, even just the stats from these 4 dragons will be worth a lot of gold on their own.
Okay, so Tien has gone for his Eclipse, the Black Cleaver. He's now got a Tiamat.
Four
Finds a
stacks.
nice flash. This is Benny going to be going down. Fantastic find from Tien. That is the 80 carry, the 5-1 80 carry who does get taken out. And now despite the Hextech Soul, there is a very good chance that Ground Zero are going to find themselves a Baron.
Yeah, sneaks his way somehow behind Binny, catches him off guard, and it's going to be a Baron. This goes down so quickly.
Yeah, it's very, very low. Lemus, what stacks is he at? 226, he's found the stacks. As long as he can live and find Qs, this could be a big fight for him. Tien's going to live on 1 HP. Tana as well is very, very low. Everyone's getting so low. The burn, there's the first execution of the game. Lemus gets hit for the Q3, but not before he finds his double. Will it be a triple hook lands from Benvy? And there it is. We've hit the stacks, and Lemus has confirmed the ace for Ground Zero up against the Hextech Soul.
Yeah, it turns out I was wondering which would be stronger. It's probably the Smolder, though. That was a 4v5 that V3 opted into after the Baron had already gone down. Lemus, 6,000 damage on the Smolder. Probably has his rapid fire after picking up so many kills, including this on Binny. Tien
Really
setting up
well
his team.
played.
Yeah. And, you know, game was looking pretty dire for Ground Zero until he makes that pick and they get this Baron, and then V3 maybe overconfident taking this 4v5.
And no 80 carry.
Yeah.
A lot of power on him, of course. First execute there. Hettel getting taken out. Looked like maybe Tana could find something, but it wasn't to be. The splash from Lemus's Q is going to find the double kill, and then the triple kill onto Tana at the
He
back
doesn't
end.
go for rapid fire, goes for quick blades instead.
Okay, so that means, I mean, the reason why you do that, of course, is because it gives you more uptime on your E. That's not really about your Q anymore, because your Q is already on, basically just a 1 second cooldown.
Yeah.
It is for your E, so you can use that flat more, and it gives you a lot more safety.
And it's definitely higher damage.
Yes, and it will be higher damage, but it's a lot less safe damage output, right? Like,
Yeah.
you can never really just find a random long-range Q because of that rapid fire cannon to get the burn started.
It's theoretically higher damage if you've got the uptime, but rapid fire does just give you the uptime.
HRK very, very confidently coming out of their Hextech portal. 4 members down on this bot side. Kize's going to play nice and respectfully. In the meanwhile, mid lane is getting pushed up here. The waves aren't synced, so there is a good chance that they can actually clear this out without much happening.
2 minutes on Elder.
Yeah, there is 2 minutes on this Elder.
Yeah, this Baron is going to transition really nicely into the Elder for Ground Zero if they can keep pressure on all these lanes. All they have to do is ward up the enemy red side jungle, push mid and bot, and even if they don't get much out of their Baron, they will have a very advantageous...
It's actually HRK looking aggressively. Big Mantra Q onto Schönfire. He's lost half his HP. This is the problem, though, with how Ground Zero are approaching the siege at the moment, is because there is so much wave clear that can come through, you need to have 2 minion waves in different lanes hitting at the same time.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you can just commit the Varus and the Karma to the same lane and pretty much
Tien,
immediately clear out the minion waves. Destiny's coming through. Hook lands. Hostile takeover comes through, and it's on to Lemus. Down will come Mum. He's in the front line. He finds a Q, but he's going to get knocked up by that Arctic Assault. Still, though, he's finding the damage. Tien goes in, creates a bit of disruption, and all of a sudden, low health on V3 means they are going to have to back out. It would be 1 Q coming through from Lemus. Might clear out even 3 of them. But again, nothing found from that Baron.
Yeah, they maybe get this tier 2 in the bot lane.
Yeah, they'll get it eventually.
They will maybe try keep pressure up, but it's going to be hard to keep vision control with Benvy down of the spot side. So it's going to give this 50 seconds now for V3 to retake their bot side jungle and get position on the dragon. As Ground Zero are really late to these recalls, it's 30 seconds on Elder. I guess Lemus and Shern just aren't recalling.
And there is also Hextech gates.
Yeah, true.
Speeds up your getting to dragon process by like 15 seconds.
Yeah, both ADCs playing for the mid wave. Tien shoving in a top wave, matched by Ace.
Reverse Hydra is the Hydra of choice for Tien on this Lee Sin, and making the Lee Sin look pretty valuable.
Yeah.
Nice little chunk there.
Yeah, even through Sedge passive.
Yeah, I dare say this game has come down to the battle of the 80 carries.
Yeah. Advantage Smolder, you'd have to think, but there is an Elder on this
Yeah,
Or a
Terminus
Soul.
as well. If this Varus gets any uptime to be able to auto-attack Smolder, he will just get absolutely annihilated. Teleport coming through from Kize. They're actually just looking to
top lane.
end. They don't care about this Elder. Now all that Ground Zero have to do is try and stop these recalls. 2 people are going to get back. Ace as well as Tana are going to be able to get to that recall. But now this 3v3 is going to favor Lemus. All things favoring Lemus. HRK, he's stuck in the pit. Well, there's an Elder Dragon, but the real Elder Dragon is this Smolder. Triple kill and fantastic macro play out of the LCO's representatives, Ground Zero.
Yeah, they kind of make V3 a bit dizzy there. They recall 2 people and...
We go
Lemus?
again. This time it's Lemus teleporting in. He kind of gets... Oh my god!
Makes
Where
light
did
work of
Tana
Tana.
go?
Kisei TPing into enemy Fountain by the look of things does pick up the karma.
What is going on? Here we go, Ground Zero now. This could be it. They've won singular games in the PCS before, but they've never been ahead in a series, and now for the first time, Ground Zero lead the series 1-0.
Yeah, we said don't give Lemus Smolder, and you kind of found out why. Ground Zero not really able to pick up any team fight win until he gets his stacks on the Smolder after a very strong early game.
Yep.
From Ground Zero, Shermfire and Kisei especially looking completely different.
Yep, I think they did look fantastic this game. I mean, I think at one stage we saw Shermfire was just 3-0 on the volley bear. He found a dive top, he found Gank's bot, he found Gank's mid. It was looking everything going smooth sailing, but there was that one team fight around the Dragon at one stage where you thought they should win, but it was Benny picking up 2 shutdowns, 3 kills going over to the side of V3, and I was like, wow, now it's a little bit more questionable. Somehow, Ground Zero had the gold lead that entire game and found 0 dragons. That is, I think, my biggest critique of them.
They did just play around top. They kind of just weak-sided the Smolder.
Still, you probably need to at least get a dragon at some
contest
stage.
one drag,
Because that game, obviously Dragon didn't matter at the end of it, but it certainly could have. It was really, I think, the game changer, almost the game-changing moment was Tien finding that pick onto Benny in the mid lane. I think if he didn't find that, getting the Baron means that there's an opportunity now that this can just slow down the pace of the game, find a team fight off an optimal pick because you have that Hextech Soul, but it didn't actually come through. And obviously credit to Tien for finding that, and obviously Lemus getting his stacks felt good as well, but I am very concerned that you are up 2k, 3k gold, and you can't find a dragon.
Yeah, and honestly, they were just losing fights up that much gold. They obviously had a Smolder without his stacks at that point. And Lee Sin, not as much team fight impact on the Aatrox generally. Yeah, sloppy, but got it done.
Got it done.
Got it done in the end.
I don't even think it was that sloppy necessarily. I just think there had to be at some stage, maybe Tien just has to come down for the dragon. Obviously, he did that one time, and that resulted in that team fight loss, but Tien was so strong. I mean, he was 2-0-1 at one stage. By the end of the game, he was like 3-1 and whatever his assists were. He was doing really well. And,
he took a whole tower at top.
You need to commit some time to delay the game so Smolder can get to stacks before it is just game over because of Soul.
Just one dragon makes a massive difference.
Yeah, 5 extra minutes. I mean, he got it within the time of the dragon going down and the Elder Dragon spawning. So just 1 extra dragon.
Yeah.
You can give over 3, honestly, when you are playing Smolder, because generally, before the 4th, if you have your stacked, you are probably going to win the team fight. And we saw it even against the Soul. Gets his stacks, and by God, did they win the team fights. Yeah. Good positioning from him, too. I don't think he ever got hit by anything except one Aatrox Q.
Yeah, we never saw him in trouble.
Yeah.
In any team fight, actually. So it's a team playing well around him, and him positioning perfectly on the Smolder. Kisei, really good game on the Twisted Fate, too, and a nice play from Thien and Kisei at the very end there.
Yeah.
Kind of just took V3 completely off balance, who were team fighting very well in that game in general. Just everyone panicked and scattered, and they just fell apart. Lost the 3v3 at the Dragon, and still lost their inhib in the top lane.
For sure. And this is it. This is the moment Smolder got stacks recolorized.
He got it during this fight. He was, I think, like 2 or 3 stacks off.
Yeah, he got it when they were walking into the pit.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I mean,
picks up
good positioning.
Triple honestly, after the Varus.
Yeah.
Full item on that recall.
And there it is. Wow, that was, yeah. I mean, maybe a little I don't want to say concerning, but you'd probably want more out of your TF. I think maybe you just never take teleport. Obviously, you know, hindsight being 2020, the end play wouldn't have been possible without the teleport.
Yeah.
But I think maybe if you have the Ghost, it actually opens you up to be able to find more in the team fights than if you have the teleport. But of course, again, that sort of game-winning play when you teleported top wouldn't have been possible if he didn't have teleport.
I think he was having plenty of impact on the team fights, honestly, Kisei. He was just standing around throwing gold cards at people. That's all you really want out of your TF. It's just that the team fights were honestly just really well played by V3. They had a very strong mid-game comp.
Yeah, for sure.
And Ground Zero maybe just had to find different angles to get a dragon, like you said. I mean, they got a gold lead. Look at the gold graph. They got a gold lead, maintained it without, you know, a couple hiccups here and there, and then got Smolder stacks, and you can guess where Smolder got his stacks based off the gold graph.
Yeah, it's pretty... Yep. It's a pretty noticeable leap in the gold lead at that stage.
Yeah, that's a 5K jump.
We might see it. This might be it. We might be about to see Alcio's first series win in the PCS.
Benny and Hettel, 100% KP that game.
Yeah, well, a lot of play was around. Honestly, they looked kind of lost the entire team until that one dragon fight that they won, in which Benny got pretty much all the gold. I think he got 2 of the shutdowns, Ace picking up just a single kill. Lemus coming across the board there, 6 kills, most damage, most gold.
Yeah, unsurprising when you have a game that long on the Smolder.
The 6 isn't quite the 18, but that was not the easiest game to be Smolder. Probably the hardest Smolder lane to go up against, maybe in competitive sort of League of Legends at the moment. It's going to be 10. I actually like this because I swear the entire game was pretty much won off that one find in the mid lane.
It looked like Ground Zero just couldn't make any ground with their lead until Lemus just finds a ridiculous kick.
Lemus with the kick?
Oh, sorry. Thean finds a ridiculous kick and just opens up the game for them. They get a Baron off of it. And honestly, that TF build killed this Baron so quick with the Rageblade TF.
Here we are.
Yeah, and Benny just goes by himself to the mid lane. Ground Zero already setting up around the Baron. And he's just snuck in here without a sweeper, by the way.
Yeah, really well played. He gets the shutdown. They get Baron from here. They don't actually get a whole lot with the Baron. They do get one tower bot after the Baron ends, but it did set them up. Thien as well after this goes to the top side, starts pushing down that top tower while the Elder's spawning, at which point Kizei's able to teleport up there, and it just scrambled the team fight so much. And as soon as you've lost your Karma as well as your Aatrox to go defend the base, Smolder is just going to feel so good in that team fight because Aatrox is the threat onto the Smolder, and he's not there.
Yeah, so you're just left with one threat in that fight, the Varus, and so easy for Nautilus and Volibear to deal with the Varus.
Yeah, I want to say one thing about the LCO for this as well before we go to a break is we usually see them at the PCS and they're generally fine mechanically, doing well mechanically, and get out macroed, and that's kind of how they usually lose. This is probably the first time that I've watched them genuinely just out macro a team entirely to win the game, by the way. So things are looking up for the LCO. Game number 1 in the bag. They're only one more away from it. We'll be back in about 7 minutes to see if they can get it done.
Said I hate to see you go, but you're always back for more. Said I hate when things move slow. You're oh so far yet so close. Oh so far but so close. Oh so far but so close. Oh so far but so close. Oh so far. Oh love you all night. Oh no me not alright. Oh la di da right. Oh la di da right. This is hello paradise. I can't decide. Show me the light, show me a sign. Said I hate to see you go, but you're always back for more. Said I hate when things move slow. You're oh so far yet so close. Oh so far but so close. Oh so far but so close. Oh so far but so close. Oh so far. Oh love you all night. Oh no me not alright. Oh la di da right. I'm so far but so close. I'm so far but so close. I'm so far but so close.
Wherever you roam, there's no place to go. Nowhere feels like home. From a deadly kiss to this apocalypse, you feel so alone. Suddenly I'm terrified, looking for somewhere to hide. The wolf is at your door. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster. Tell me what's the goal? Do you have no soul? Why are you so cold? If I'm too proud to speak, will that make me weak?
Well, 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 what do we have here? Alcio up 1-0 in their series here against V3 from the LJL. And of course, it was all thanks to the Grand Hawaii Taipei, because they got these boys from Ground Zero nice and rested, nice and organized, and allowed them to find pretty intelligent drafting and pretty good gameplay.
Yeah. Cool draft.
Yep.
Lee Sin top got a lot of value that game. The kick to kind of close out the game for them and snowball their lead, and their advantage in the first place was off of his kind of gank on the Sejuani. He had her blue buff level 1. We'll see if they can get similar advantages, and we'll see if they can get Smolder for Lemus again.
Yeah, I think Smolder probably going to be banned. Now, we did hear during the break that it is going to be V3 on the red side for our upcoming game, which means maybe a little less shenanigans possible in terms of the Lee Sin top. Obviously, now it's a non-entity, so not going to be surprised by it in any regard. And honestly, considering how that game was going, it's surprising to me that Tien wasn't just up more CS.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess. You did kind of lose a massive wave on the Aatrox to that first dive.
Multiple, right?
And then the second dive as you walked back, not TP'd, but walked back the lane, and then have to walk back again. Not sure what happened there, but, I mean, did enough on the Lee.
Certainly did. Now back into draft, both teams having time to reorganize themselves and prepare for this upcoming game. It's going to be Nico, the first ban, up against V3. Once again, Ash will be banned.
Yeah, and there are just a lot of liabilities in these drafts for V3. If they can't play the Smolder and they can't play the Twisted Fate, by the look of things, they don't really want to play the Ash either. So a lot of very strong power picks that V3 just have to permaban.
Yeah, let's see. Are they going to ban the Smolder? I mean, it felt like, honestly, that game got out of control for V3 very quickly. They managed to sort of bring it back, got the Dragon Soul, and I think, honestly, if Ground Zero didn't have Smolder, that game feels a whole lot harder to get across the line. Obviously, it was a big play from Tien that kind of allowed for the Baron, and then the following game win. Renata going to be banned. I wonder if that just... I mean, I wonder if that forces a Smolder ban now, because you had a strong lane, and yes, Lemus was struggling to get stacks early on in the lane phase, just by nature if you're against Varus Renata.
Yeah. Not a lot of ranged lane bullies in the meta right now. So they banned Twisted Fate.
Now, do Ground Zero want to first pick the Smolder? It looks like they want to first pick the Volley Bear, and they will just lock it in.
Yeah, I think that's a read that V3 don't play Smolder.
I wonder, do you ever think Smolder gets locked by V3 and Lemus just slams Draven? Because Lemus was a Draven one trick before going pro.
Yeah, we could see it.
We're going to see Tana's Jace.
Yeah, Tana is a very, very good Jace player. He is just blind picking it first rotation though, so we'll see what Tien has to answer the Jace.
In theory, could go mid, but more than likely will be going up in the top lane here for Tana in game number 2. So getting themselves maybe not a strong pick in the meta necessarily, but certainly an individually strong pick for the player. It's going to be the Nautilus locked in second. So taking that one away from Benvi, as well as just securing it for themselves, as it is, once again, a very strong champion.
Yeah, probably the strongest support, in just generally.
I think Ashes.
Oh, yeah, right. Heimerdinger locked in.
Okay, the Benvi Heimerdinger.
Yeah, for Benvi, probably. Nice into hook champions.
It is going to be Lemus opting out of the Smolder and picking up the Varus. So maybe a Smolder going through the draft entirely in this one. Nah, will not be locked in unless Ace is playing the Jace, but then you're really searching for some way to pick up some AP in your team comp. Misfortune.
Okay. That's our first MF, I think.
Yeah, off the split.
It's been pretty strong.
We were talking about that champ yesterday.
Yeah. V3 overheard us, maybe.
Okay, so Misfortune will be picked up. Almost certainly is going to be for Binny. In theory, I guess still could be support, but with the Nautilus, not likely to go jungle. You do expect it to be.
I think I saw Peanut play Nautilus jungle once.
Yeah, Nautilus jungle was a thing briefly last split. Godtone played it. The greatest jungler to grace the PCS.
Yeah. Sejuani Gragas banned away, so I guess Gragas must be good into Jace. I'm not super familiar with Jace matchups. I don't know.
Just again, Gragas neutralizer.
Yeah.
And Tana's probably going to want to find himself a sizable advantage.
Malphite is at least a solo queue counter pick to Jace, but Tana did play against it in the LJL finals and kind of destroyed the Malphite. Didn't have any trouble dealing with that.
Necton also going to be banned. Now I'm trying to think of things that could go against the Jace. Ornn, I guess. Like, while maybe the lane doesn't feel that good, you should just be more impactful in fights.
Yeah.
Olaf? What if Olaf's good into Jace?
I feel like I had that matchup in a solo queue game.
I feel like Olaf should do well into Jace.
It just runs at him.
Yeah.
Maybe Phase Rush Jace can just get away from him, though. Rel locked in for HRK in the jungle.
Singed.
Doubt it.
Oh, might see the Annie mid. Alright, guys. Enough trolling. What are we getting?
Oh, this could actually be the Caitlyn. Oh. I think I saw Varus into Jace. It was maybe in the LEC. Someone played Varus into...
Oh, I think I do remember that.
Yeah, someone played Varus into Jace.
Okay, and Hui, the final pick here for Kize. Rounding out the draft. A lot of magic damage coming through from Ground Zero. I do kind of expect this to be a lethality Varus.
Yeah.
Especially because you do have the Heimerdinger. Just a little bit more lane pressure.
Yeah, probably going to be lethality MF too.
Yeah, this is a team fight comp coming out of the side of V3.
Yeah.
Now, I do have slight concerns over whoever is killing this Cassante, considering you have 3 damage dealers, all of which do almost entirely physical damage. Now, admittedly, Yone does about 33% magic, but
yeah,
one Jack show and all of a sudden that magic damage doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, it's going to be a very tanky Cassante for Theon, and probably a very tanky Volibear too. Any Zhonya's picked up are going to have a lot of value.
Yeah, we're likely to see 2 of them, I imagine.
But the idea is that he's just going to be so behind the Jace that he's not going to be that tanky, but we'll see if Tana can pull it off.
Yeah, I wonder what Rooney's going to go for. Obviously, the first strike would make sense because, in general, you should just be able to trade pretty well into the Cassante.
Yeah,
but maybe you want the Phase Rush just for the added security. Even the Conqueror for more kill pressure in the extended trades. All runes we do see on the Jace from time to time.
I think I saw him go Phase Rush into even Malphite, which felt like a first strike matchup to me. So he might just be first strike or Phase Rush every game, but we will see in a moment.
That's what I do, but that's because I have a crutch of being bad, so I need the movement speed to save me.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm a little worried about this MF. Like you said, against Cassante, Volibear not all that threatened by a Misfortune, but she has a lot of setup.
Yeah, certainly does. The Yone, the Nautilus, and the Rel all can help her out fairly well, and we're going to have 5 members strong on this bot side.
Fleet footwork on the Jace.
Okay.
So
we're just wrong.
Yeah, we didn't even... That wasn't even on our list of guesses.
The closest I got was Conqueror. At least it's the same tree.
Yeah. In the precision tree, at least.
And a lot of blue. Makes sense for the Arcane Comet on Varus this game. You're not really wanting to... Well, you don't really care about the Halo Blades up against Nautilus because he will just shield most of that damage.
Yeah.
And you're never really going to have the opportunity to use it up against the MF, so...
Yeah, so... V3's bot lane going to be spending a lot of time under their tower this game. not much they have to counter the push that's going to be coming out of a Varus Heimerdinger, and not many angles either against the Heimerdinger when, you know, your hopes are landing a hook and he can very easily block your hooks with a turret.
Hotel being the first one walking up. Ooh, Comet even chose to go on to Benny.
Yeah, that feels good.
Okay. I mean, how annoying is laning against Heimerdinger though?
Yeah. Little MFQ bounce off the turret onto Benvi trades some damage back. Maybe that's the idea of this MF pick. You can Q off of the turrets.
Possibly, but it doesn't feel like it's looking that amazing into the Varus.
Yeah. He's landing these Qs though.
Oh, nice coordination there to make sure the slow lands before firing off that piercing arrow. Just ensuring extra damage here onto this Misfortune as Benny is yet to level 2 and is half HP. He does have 3 potions, starting the longsword 3 pots, so we'll be able to heal up a fairly reasonable amount of that damage back, but...
Yeah, no surprises, but the first strike confirms it is lethality MF. Airy on the way makes sense into melee matchup. I think we do see Comet Hui occasionally.
Yeah, it just depends on sort of not only how often you can trade, but also how reliable it is to land the Comet.
Yeah. HRK making his way bot. Schönfire is here and a level up.
Might be seeing a 3v3.
3v3 is a disaster for V3. Benny losing his cleanse.
HRK is going to spot out Schönfire here on the volley bear, as well as Schönfire now will locate the Rel. Not a whole lot to say. Everyone should just sort of walk their separate ways.
Yeah, and the winner here is going to be Tana on the Jace, who is just shoving Theon into his turret, enjoying himself up here without having to worry. But CS looking pretty bad for Benny. Doesn't build any lifesteal on the lethality MF, so it's not going to get much better with how much poke is going to be coming out from Ground Zero's bot lane.
Oh, Schönfire. He's looking now for this red buff. HRK should be aware that it is being done in front of his face.
Yeah, Jace
a
has
1v1
prio.
that you would imagine Schönfire should win, but it shouldn't result in a 1v1 by the end of it. Nice piercing arrow. It was enchanted, and Petal is going to be very, very low. Schönfire now does get the smite. Kaze. Oh, nice placement on that route, but unfortunately the flash away is just going to be outside its range.
Yeah, and hook lands onto Lemus, but no tower aggro.
Oh, the Ignite's burning. Lemus is flashing, and the Ignite gets it. It's going to be Benvi striking first in this one. HRK is in the area, and Benny's getting taken down. Lemus will confirm himself a kill, and is not even tanking the tower. As well, HRK, he has nothing to find here, and it's just the 2v2. The single dingle going over to Ground Zero's bot lane.
2v2 double kill on the dive there. Pretty disastrous for V3's bot lane. No flash used for Benny, but Hetel did lose his flash here. Yeah, no tower aggro onto Lemus when he gets hooked there. And
even fine and slow there, and
not
pretty
much
straightforward at this point.
Yeah, not much you can do as the MF. Very cleanly played by Ground Zero. And Benvi still has flash here as well, so he's never really going down.
Sure, Schönfire, he's going to pick himself up these 3 Void Grubs. So Ground Zero, once again, they're at a 2k gold advantage, only 6 minutes in.
Yeah, that is a ridiculous lead to have this early.
10 CS mid. CS gap did close a little bit bot lane, but obviously the double coming through.
Yep, and Heimer uses this gold really well.
And also Schönfire is just doubling HRK's CS right now.
Yeah, managed to... HRK spent a lot of time bot lane trying to protect his bot lane. They still end up both going down, and he loses his topside jungle. Ace picking up the honey fruit, doing okay in the mid lane. We do see Yone fall down a bit of CS in these ranged versus melee matchups.
Yeah, in general, I mean, we've seen the Yone interplay a couple of times. Gory notably being the one who make it work the best as the Yone. And typically in those lanes, even Gory was falling down quite a bit in terms of CS, but it's really when you get out of lane and start getting to those side lanes where you can start to have a lot more impact, not only in that 1v1, but also just on the rest of the map. So we'll really be looking to Ace to be able to do that as the game progresses. BenV crashed down, is not going to connect onto him as he does flash the wall.
Two-man Q from Lemus, and Schernfire is 2 levels up on the Volibear right now.
Yeah, he's almost 3 times CS now.
They might just be able to 3v3 dive this with the Volibear ulti.
HRK still trying to work out what a jungle camp is.
Yeah, just uninterested in his topside jungle this game. Oh, hook
lands.
lands.
Is going to land onto Lemus, and even though he had the heal, it's not going to be enough. He does just get taken out. Unfortunately for V3, it was Hettel who gets the kill credit.
Yeah.
But still, very important nonetheless to be able to find something in this game. Schönfire, though, is still, in the meantime, hitting this dragon.
Yeah, he is so strong that they can probably still just take the drag to V3 if V3 decide to fight, and they decide not to fight and just let the dragon go over. Happy picking up a kill. BenV steals the...
Oh, BenV got it. Oh, he was about to get another camp. His first camp in 3 minutes, and BenV took it.
Yeah. We'll be able to pick up the wolves if he wants them.
Oh, BenV's going over there.
Yeah, we'll see what BenV and Shuren have to say about it.
Oh, he's not...
Blue buff's definitely gone. Not much you can do about that.
Yeah, this is just level 6 Volibear to level 4 Rel.
Yeah.
Luckily, the jungle does have catch-up XP, so should be able to get himself back into the game.
He's going to try to steal it. Oh. Shuren secures that and maintains a 2-level lead. BenV takes half his HP off him.
Yeah, that is going to be Fate's call, but it's not enough. Schönfire is able to get on in there, get the kill, and he's going to be rewarded by taking even more now of HRK's jungle.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what more you can want out of this Volibear. Lemus has flash up.
Chain of Corruption, massive damage, and BenV gets that one for himself.
Yeah, okay. That was a very easily one-shot Rel. She only has Merc Treads and is the lowest level on the map.
Yeah, things are looking good. Now, I guess if you're a V3 fan, the win condition that is Tana still does exist.
Yeah.
But the rest of the map is falling so far behind so quickly that you're really going to have to ramp up your effectiveness in this game tenfold.
Yeah, almost 30 CS mid behind. Bot lane maintaining the CS, but 50 CS in the jungle.
Yeah, and he's still... By the way, Schönfire's had his entire jungle up for a long time. He's just been on repeat taking HRK's jungle away. It was 7-5 now. Sundered Sky finished, just the Merc Treads for V3's HRK. Level 6 now ticked across. Catch-up XP doing wonders.
Rylai's finished for BenV already. Only level 5 with an item completed already. Level 6 on the Nautilus, though.
Maybe HRK able to find something on this top side.
Yeah, pretty hard to kill the Cassante. You just want to make sure your top laner is not getting ganked here, so he can maintain this lead he's got.
Oh, Kise might be in trouble here. HRK is coming. Flash is available. Nice fear. Will the knock-up land? The Fate's call will, and Kise is going to be shut down. Important gold over to Ace now, but on the bot side, Schönfire is here. They're able to find 1 kill and a double now for Lemus. So he found some success in the mid lane, but it's not going to be for naught as Ground Zero are just striking down this bottom side. 3k is the gold lead. They've got themselves a dragon as well as the Void Grubs, and they're feeling really good about this
and
game.
if you're wondering why HRK on the Rel hasn't been farming this game, it's because of this. Anytime he leaves his bot lane alone, Surenfire can just show up and murder them. With so much priority in the bot lane and this Volibear ult deactivating turrets and giving him a bunch of HP. It's just hard to survive these plays as the MF.
Sure.
Did kill most of the wave, so doesn't end up losing all that much in terms of plates or farm under his turret.
And then we have TN. He's just putting in an honest shift up in the top lane.
Yeah, doing perfectly fine.
Yeah, I mean, this is the exact way you want to play weak side. Just don't die. Get as much farm as you can, but don't die.
Yeah. Void Grubs would have been very nice for this chase, but I think it's going to be 6 Void Grubs on the side of Ground Zero now.
Yep, Dragon spawning in 1 minute too, so should have the time. Oh, Lemus has walked up too far. Hex flash, hook connects. He's got flash, and he is able to get away. No bullet time available for Benny here on this misfortune means that Lemus gets pretty aggressive, but ultimately won't pay the price.
So we'll see what Tana can do with this Eclipse now. He needs to do something, you know, to give V3 a hope in this game.
Yeah, wow, Benvi playing fantastically around his turrets as Chain of Corruption lands, and Hittle has been absolutely one-shot.
Yeah, I mean, they do so much damage. An item completed on Heimer already. Item and a half for the Varus. And that was just 2v3 again. They just kill someone without using all that much.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Benny just has to get off his tower here.
Yeah, no, he's...
Nautilus is almost here.
Oh, you walked one step too far. He is actually just getting one shot as well. Surenfire, he had one bad game of Volibear in his last series, but he's making up for it in this one. One kill found. HRK does use that Magnet Storm, but it's turned around. That Sundered Sky getting so much healing done. Surenfire, will he go down? No, he won't. The minions are not even hitting him. He's good, but Tana's here now. Tana, this is the guy you have to support if you're a V3 fan. He is very strong. Flashes are going to be answered, and Surenfire is going to find himself another kill here onto the support of V3. Tana's in no man's land. He's not even going to get the kill himself, and Ground Zero are just wiping the floor here in game number 2. Ace is not going to get the kill. The shield out of Kize.
Barely lives on 1 HP in the mid lane too, and it was just the Rylai slow for for Benvi on the Heimer as he finds MF as well. That was pretty much a solo kill with just a Varus arrow.
Right, there's one person has to die, right? There's no way.
Yeah. Surely we get one.
There's no way Benvi lives. Oh my, he's got the fast feet. No, he's dead, he's dead, he's dead. Crash down, okay.
600 gold to row.
Oh my, look at Lemus's damage. Lemus might go down too. Nice dodge on the hook. He's not going to go down now. And this Varus and Heimer thing are absolutely pumping. Ground Zero, they've found the keys to success.
Yeah, I was worried for them without the Smolder, but they're doing pretty well with the Varus. Surenfire, yeah, almost just takes out Benny instantly. Finishes him off with the ult and flashes out of turret range here.
And just the turnaround damage is so immense. Hook does connect, and at this stage I thought that last tower shot would kill him. It certainly did not. And in fact, he even gets a kill onto this Nautilus eventually. Good sidestep.
Watch Benvi just... Tana can't get past Benvi to kill these low HP members. But he's just slowed by Rylai's the entire time. Eventually gets his Q off onto Shuren, but not enough to kill him. And
10, he by the way, he wasn't involved in that. He's just top lane by himself.
This is the greatest
Has time
weak
to
side.
take off his hands from the keyboard and just clap.
Yeah, this is the greatest weak side experience. An enemy has been slain.
And, he's going to get the kill, but he is going to go down as well. Oh, took a little bit of time to get it there, but Benny will eventually confirm it. Surenfire, though, he's in the waiting wings. Lima's still very strong, and we're doing it again. And there is yet another one. Surenfire now on a rampage, but a 3-man Magnet Storm coming through should be the stun as well. Tower goes down now, so now HRK's got nowhere to go. Pathmaker's going to bring him back into the waiting arms of Lemus. Surenfire, though, he's getting very low. Shutdown going over to Benvi, but now it's going to be the 2-man Nitofu strikes, and Lemus lives on just the single-digit HP. Tien's still looking very strong. Lands that Q3, lands the triple kill, and from 0-0-0 to 3-0-0 in a matter of seconds.
10k gold lead at 16 minutes for Ground Zero. HRK finds a great engage, but for who? There was no Misfortune bullet time, and she was the only person with him.
Yeah, Benvi now, he's looking for another.
Benvi no shutdown anymore, so being very liberal with his life is able to just be in the enemy base. And at this point, he's just an extra carry.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, look at Schönfire just absolutely one-shot.
So this is Hital's HP after fighting Heimer, by the way. He killed the Yone and almost killed the Nautilus. And yeah, great engage, but there was no follow-up possible on this engage.
He gets ult to the back end of it, but Lemus is able to just get away.
Yeah, almost goes down to Tana there. And triple kill for Theon.
Yeah, disappointment on the faces of V3. It's heartbreaking. They're still in the game, but 10k gold down. It's hard to find a way in which you find a whole lot of hope. Maybe it's on the back of this Yone.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice that Ground Zero only have 2 dragons, so Soul is pretty far away.
Well, teleport coming through. It's Tana looking for something. Fate's Call will go wide. And the Spiraling Despair coming through there onto Ace, but Kize's in no man's land. It's going to be a kill given over. The Q goes to Narnia, but eventually does pick up the kill. But in the meanwhile, Ground Zero, they're making waves on this mid lane. Oh, we've got to... Oh, that guy does not have his forklift license. Who let him control the forklift?
I don't think you really even wanted the inhib there if you're Ground Zero. It's way too early to take that and let some of these V3 members farm up and catch up. So you're fine?
I think you might actually want it, because your team cannot really do Baron that quickly. And with the Volley Bear, it's pretty niche, but you actually can just dive the Nexus.
Yeah,
you know?
maybe.
I think
it's risky, though.
It is risky, though. It certainly is risky.
Collector MF. Finish now. Puzzling on a full AD comp to go Collector, I think.
Yeah, does... I mean, there's not a whole lot of armor coming out from anyone other than Tien as things stand.
Yeah, so it might be just more focused on taking out...
Well, someone has to kill this Varus, and it's probably not going to be the MF, but someone has to, so...
So Lemus is level 12. Same level as the enemy solo lanes.
Yeah, very, very accelerated is this Varus. Now, I mean, if you're a V3 fan, what are really your chances back? It has to stem off the back of both Tana and Ace, but they are just so far behind. Like 3 items completed on this Varus.
Yeah. Yeah, versus a Blade of the Ruined King Yone. I'm not sure if he's going to do all that much. Gets the Banshee's shield off of Lemus, or the Edge of Night shield.
Yeah, that's something, and now maybe you can find an angle, but Tana's just on the top side. He'll get himself an objective bounty for him and the rest of the team, which is okay, but you have to recall. Someone has to come and help defend this, because Tien's just looking for a dive. Ghost is now popped. We have the ultimate available for this Volley Bear. Isn't even going to commit it yet. Fate's Call going to be used, and Tien has been shut down. It goes over to HRK. Schönfire using the ult to get out at the last minute, but low health bars now for Ground Zero. Lemus is still full, but in the meanwhile, Tana, that was a 4v5. He's just been in this top side the entire time, making way now to try and get the second turret.
Because they should be able to TP for this. Oh, maybe not, honestly. It's just dead. Wow, he made such light work of that tower. Massive gold onto Tana, makes up for HRK getting the shutdown, which, you know, isn't the member you want to see the shutdowns go onto. Probably prefer them onto Ace, but you take what you can at this point when you're 10k behind at 16 minutes.
Yeah. Tana almost at the Shirelda's Grudge. Maybe it can be a difference maker in terms of the items, but we'll have to see. It is going to be the 3rd dragon. Ocean Soul on the cards now for the side of Ground Zero in just 5 more minutes' time. Baron obviously is up and available, but the problem Ground Zero really have is that they don't have much damage for the Baron.
Yeah, I think when you're this ahead, though, you end up just doing enough to it. Heimer is very good at taking Baron. Has a Liandry's, sets up all his turrets. Can RQ if he really wants to for the big turret. They are looking at the Baron.
Your ping's onto it.
No bullet time for the MF.
Yeah. It will still be a slow Baron for Ground Zero, though. But this might not be the best place to recall. HRK, he's going to get away, but Schönfire is on the backside. There are 3 of them. Ace, he's found his way onto the carries. He does go back. Benvi and Kaze are not going to be under too much pressure. It's going to be Hetzel who plays the ultimate price there, as Lemus confirms himself, I believe, his 8th kill of the game. 19-7 is the kill scoreline, and an 8k gold advantage in favor of Ground Zero as they now face a 4v5. They're headed towards this Baron, and they're going to start it up. What can V3 do against this? This could be their final stand if they really want to have any hope in this game. It looks like no one really going to come over here as Ace loses a massive chunk out of his health bar. It's just going to be Tana making waves on the bot side, and Kise from downtown finds the snipe there onto Ace. That all but confirms this Baron will be going now to Ground Zero as they have maybe one last push until the LCO can say they have won a series in the PCS.
Yeah, it looks like maybe too much for V3 to handle. Volibear is going to enable these dives now with the Baron buffed minions. Not amazing siege from the side of Ground Zero, but there's not much resistance on the side of V3 with a Yone. In the mid lane, there's no wave clear really, especially not against the Baron minions. And they can also just maybe take an inhib and go for Dragon. HRK maybe in trouble.
Yeah, he's trying to find something in his jungle to farm. There is nothing though. Schönfire now, he's getting focused on. Fate's Call not being used, but the Stormcaller will be from Schönfire on this Volibear. And now Lemus, he's starting to work on this mid lane inhibitor. Tana still not back in base. He actually committed the teleport to get to the top side. Tien going to be matching it now. Tana has 3 items. Maybe he could be a difference maker. Uh-oh. Ace, he's going to have to use everything just to survive. Teleport coming through now for Tien. It's going to be 5 strong of Ground Zero. All 5 are available here for V3, but no Yone ult, no Magnet Storm is available. We'll have to keep eyes on Tana. He has a lot to do if he wants to find a win. Heddle's going to get knocked up. Ace is trying to find his way in. Through come the depth charge, but it's going to be Ace going down first. Heddle is so low. All the damage coming through. Ground Zero, spell after spell, connecting. Nexus Tower 1, Nexus Tower 2, team member 4, and only Tana remains. He's going to flash away. He might live, but his Nexus won't. And the LCO have done it. They've won a game in the PCS.
And they absolutely stomp V3 while they're at it.
Yeah, big game, big series. 2-0. They hadn't yet found a series win. They have now found a clean win. 2-0, not even dropping a game. And if you're going to want to make a climb back through the lower bracket, this is how it has to start. What an amazing performance out of Ground Zero.
Yeah, compared to yesterday's games, this is a night and day difference between this Ground Zero and the Ground Zero we saw the day before. Schönfire especially has just completely come alive in these early games and started just stomping people.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic performance out of these guys. They finally got the win for Oceania. They can be proud. They can be proud. Go to social media, tweet about it. But I guess unfortunately to every great achievement there is the other side, and unfortunately for V3 this defeat does mean that they will be eliminated from the PCS. You can see the emotion on their faces. They're not happy. Game number 1, they worked miracles to find their way back into that game somehow. It was not enough, unfortunately. And so they will be unfortunately headed back home. But again, for Ground Zero, what a performance. What a series, and looking really strong. They will be going up and getting a rematch now against DCG. Maybe feeling a little more settled in, maybe feeling a little more comfortable over in the PCS studio.
Yeah, every member of Ground Zero doing their part in that series as well is the important thing. There was no weakness they really had to carry across the line. Yeah, just everyone did their job. Even Theon in the top lane just completely fine. Up against the Jace, who kind of has to snowball and get a lead in the early game. Eventually gets a triple kill down mid, but the story of this game was Schönfire and the bot lane.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, who do you give MVP for this? Because there can be an argument with Lemus, because he was just landing everything and dodging everything. Benvi was just 1v2ing as time hitting a support. And then Schönfire just on repeat running through a tower and just destroying the bot side of V3.
I think it's got to be Schönfire.
Yeah.
Benvi and Lemus did have amazing games, but Schönfire was up 50 CS, I think, and that might have been before the 10-minute mark. I don't remember exactly when he was up 50 CS, but he was 2 levels up the entire game from level 4 on the rel, level 4 on the rel, level 6 on
Yeah, that was insane. Actually,
Schönfire.
I forgot about that. This triple CS deficit in the jungle.
Yeah. You don't see that very often. Volibear, not a particularly fast farmer either.
Well, I guess Ral isn't a fast farmer necessarily either. And,
Yeah,
and honestly,
not
it
really.
was kind of just the result of how the early game went. And then HRK just had to stand around his bot lane. Otherwise, they were just going to get dove. Every time he wasn't there, they did get dove. And then it got to the point where even when he was there, it was just triple kills
Yeah, they were just
for the side of Ground Zero.
getting dived anyway. And Tana tries to make a TP bot lane to save them, but
Gave
they
them
just
a contra
completely,
kill.
yeah, they just completely outplay him. With the Rylai's finish so early on the Heimer. Benvi had Rylai's at level 5
Yeah.
on the Heimerdinger. You don't see that often.
All the early kills did go to him, right? And then Lima started picking them up later.
Yeah.
I believe was how the sort of bot lane dynamic ended up shaping up. We will get a replay. I'm not sure what the... Oh, this is when Schönfire just runs them down.
Yeah, Benvi's already gone down honorably here, and Schönfire just one-taps the... And yeah, a nice re-engage by HRK, but again, just no one here to follow it up. A very weak Misfortune, who Schönfire has been ignoring this entire fight. Tana shows up, shut down onto Binny, but he can't quite finish Lemus there. And, I mean, that was the story of the game. Ground Zero just outplaying in every fight, which we were kind of worried about after the first game. It felt like they were getting outplayed in some of these skirmishes and fights.
Those are some damage graphs.
Yeah.
Those...
Kisei, I don't know when he did all this damage, but he was doing it somewhere. He wasn't on our screens often because of the shenanigans in the bot lane.
Yeah, we were just kind of a bot lane POV most of this game, but...
Yeah.
I mean, you saw it when he got that snipe onto Ace up in the top side. He certainly was landing poke, and when it landed, it absolutely decimated through the health bars of V3.
Yeah, giving Ace a hard time, I guess. A lot of life steal on the own and shielding, so...
A lot of damage just poking him out in lane.
Yeah.
Schönfire taking 41% of his team's damage.
Yeah.
Like, jungle always gets it, don't get me wrong, but I've never seen it skewed that hard.
Yeah, especially with Theon up against the Jace.
Yeah.
You expect him to take a lot of damage, but Schönfire was just tower diving on repeat. So tanky on the Volibear. Doesn't hurt that the enemy team's full AD as well. I don't think he actually built a point of armor.
No, I think...
that game.
I didn't see what his second item was. It might have even been a Asterix or something. It is going to be Schönfire picking up that most valuable player of the game. Obviously taking 30k damage and just...
Not dying.
Not dying, yeah.
Yeah.
50% KP. I mean, that was kind of just the result of everyone got so strong that if they saw someone in their face, they'll just kill them.
50% KP with a 12 KDA kind of tells the story of this game, right? His bot lane was just murdering the enemy bot lane non-stop.
Look, and you said it. You said it before the games that
there was no hope for Ground Zero.
No.
I said there was no hope.
You said that you don't have a lot of hope, but if there is going to be, Schönfire has to have a better performance than last series. And
yeah, I mean,
I
we
think
got
that
a
was
performance.
achieved.
Jeez.
Yeah,
that
was a
ridiculous.
Performance. He came back with a vengeance after his game 1 Volibear of his last series. He was not letting that be where his Volibear lies, and this was really this play. I mean, if you're V3, this is a career into this one.
This is so tilting for Tana, who finally decides to help his train wreck in the bot lane, and that he can't pick up a single kill here is almost just killed by Benvi, the level 7 Heimerdinger, making Heimer look pretty broken.
And dare I suggest that was not a 1073 DPM Jace game on this occasion.
No, definitely not.
What a game. Do you know what this means, by the way? For the first time ever, we are probably, I believe, going to have one of the LCO teams in the interview. We've never had that before because they've never won a series. So we're actually going to have an LCO team. I'm excited to see who it was. Who would you want it to be?
Let's go with Schönfire.
Yeah, I think that would be a good one as well. 10 years of experience, and I mean, he did dictate the pace of both of those games for the most part, whether it for the good or for the bad. But I mean, I'm still just in disbelief.
Yeah,
It's been a year. I've casted PCS the playoffs for a year, And now we've got the first LCO win. It came after the LGL got a win. And they get a rematch too, by the way. Now they get to go up against DCG once more to prove that they have sort of leveled up from their prior series. And I think off seeing today, I could pretty comfortably say I do feel like they have.
Yeah, that's a safe bet. I mean, Lemus was already there, Theon was already there in that DCG series. We just really needed Schönfire and Kisei to wake up, and yeah. They showed up in this series, definitely.
Yeah, and it's like they are still getting target ban, right? Not so much Kisei, but definitely Schönfire. He's getting his Talia taken away from every single game. And it's not like he's a one-trick by any means, but it is just something that he's been playing so well on. We are going to have an interview. It's not going to be with Schönfire. It's going to be with Paddy and Tien. Once we're back, we will go over the rest of tonight, and we'll see you soon.
Player Tien to the post-game interview. Let's have Tien say hello to the fans.
Hey guys, my name is Tien.
恭喜你们赢下今天的比赛，这不仅是你，也是 LCO 在 PCS 季后赛的第一场胜利。现在心情如何？
今日の試合に勝利して、これは全選手だけではなく、LCO にとっても PCS プレーオフでの最初の勝利です。現在の気持ちはどうですか？
Congratulations for the win today. Not only for you, this is also LCO's first win in PCS playoff. How do you feel right now?
I feel pretty good, but I'm most happy to get my rematch against DCG in 2 days.
我现在挺开心的，但是我更开心的是在2天之后，我又可以对上 DCG， 再跟他们打一次比赛。
今とても嬉しいです。でももっと嬉しいことは、2日後もう一度 DCG と対戦することができます。
第一场比赛你选了非常少见的李欣上路，也拿到了第一场的 POG， 为什么会选这支角色呢？
最初の試合ではオフメタピックのトップリーシンを選択し、第一試合の POG を獲得しました。なぜそのチャンピオンを選んだのですか？
In the first game, you picked off meta pick top lane Lee Sin. And you won POG for that game. So why do you pick this champion?
So in 2021, I played in NA Academy, and Lee Sin Top was the meta champion at the time. I unfortunately went 0-6, so I've won 0 games as Lee Sin Top. So today I wanted to play Lee Sin Top to get my first win.
其实，在2021年的时候，我在北美打比赛，然后我那个时候李欣是这个版本角色，但是我那个时候并没有赢太多的比賽，所以这一次我希望在比赛上面使用李欣，得到我的第一次的胜利。
2021年のアメリカ NA 試合で李欣はとてもメタのチャンピオンです。でもあの時は李欣で勝つことはないです。だから今回李欣で勝ちましたことをとても嬉しいと思います。
你在第一场比赛一波会战落败之后，做了一个很有趣的手势，大家都很好奇这是什么意思。你愿意跟我们分享一下这个手势的意思吗？
最終の集団戦で敗北した後、特定のジェスチャーを行いました。特定のジェスチャーの意味を教えてください。
So after you lost a team fight in the first game, you did this. So everyone's kind of curious about what that means. Can you share with us the meaning of that gesture?
I was playing a lot of Jace in solo queue and in practice, and when they banned Jace in the first 3, I was super disappointed, and this gesture means like angry, and it was like an Italian gesture, and I was just upset that I couldn't play Jace.
其实我在 solo queue 的时候，就是单排的时候，玩了很多杰斯这个英雄，然后我发现对手在前3 ban 的时候把这个英雄 ban 掉了，然后我这个时候就不太高興。那这个手势其实就是意大利的一个不太高興的一个意思，所以我就做了这个手势。
自分でリーグオブレジェンドを遊んでいるときはよくジェシーというチャンピオンを使いますね。ジェシーはとてもジェシーにとっては選手にとってはとても好きなキャラです。だからジェシーがバンされているときはすごく怒っている。その怒っているのジェスチャーはイタリアで怒っているのジェスチャーです。
这是对 LCO 非常重要的一次胜利，你有什么话想对 LCO 的粉丝说的吗？
これは LCO にとって非常に重要な勝利です。LCO のファンに一言お願いします。
This is also a very important win for LCO. Do you have anything you want to say to LCO fans?
Thank you for believing in the Ground Zero sandbag. I hope you support the rest of my team too, and we'll hope to do even better for the rest of the players.
谢谢大家支持我这个一直被针对的选手，然后我也希望各位继续支持我们，然后我会尽力在之后的比赛获得胜利。
僕みたいないつもフォーカスされている選手を応援したことをありがとうございます。これからもLCO の応援もよろしくお願いいたします。
Thank you so much for the interview and congratulations for the win. 再一次恭喜你们获得今天的比赛的胜利，也感谢 BN 选手来到今天的赛后采访。我们把镜头转回主播台。
Welcome back, everyone. They did it.
Yeah, they stay in the tournament. See if Antics can do the same thing. And it's really nice to hear that Thean is excited for a rematch with DCG. You know, that's what you want to hear. Not sweating.
Yeah, you don't want to hear, oh, I'm nervous for the rematch or anything like that. It's like, I'm ready.
No, I'm glad.
That's what I'm excited
glad I got
about.
the rematch.
That's exactly right. And that's why you got to have that attitude coming forward, because it's all going to happen in this week. We're going to find out who's advancing all in this week, so you have to just come in ready. You can't be, oh, I'm not really ready. You know, you don't have a week to prepare. And the current standings and how things are, especially in the lower bracket. Now, today's results, of course, it was BYG confirming themselves as the first team that will be progressing forward into our playoffs. And then it was Ground Zero keeping their chances alive, going down in the lower bracket. And V3, unfortunately, will be eliminated here from the PCS.
3 days in, have we gone to 3?
No.
I don't think we've gone to 3.
No, it's all been 2-0s.
Yeah. Kind of surprising.
What was the closest game? Probably Ground Zero V3 Game 1 was the closest game, I think.
DCG Beyond Game 1.
Yeah, that was a
well.
close game too. Yeah, true. I think today had the closest games, but yeah, it has all just been 2-0s. There's a whole range of 2-0s. Of course, this is the current standings as things are. It's BYG who are promoting. Ground Zero now getting onto their second best of up against DCG, and their second of the lower bracket as well. Third overall. And then on the other side, it is the games we are going to see tomorrow. There'll be a graphic on your screen very shortly, but it will be DFM Frank J-Team versus Antics. So another day of getting all regions represented. And I mean, I am excited. I think tomorrow, now Oceania might not want to hear this, but I am most excited for DFM Frank. I think this has the potential to be an absolute banger. DFM, so much regional prowess behind them. They've been so successful. And Frank, I mean, at the start of this split, they were undefeated for 7 straight games. So
7 straight series.
Yeah, 7 straight series, that's true. Yeah. So a very strong team in themselves. And I think we really have a clash between two teams that I would be struggling to bet against to make it through to the next stage of our playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, that is going to be very exciting. I'm actually excited for the second game.
Oh, I am excited for that too, but I'm like, I just don't know what to think about DFM Frank, whereas I kind of know lots about J-Team, and I don't really get excited to watch them very often.
Yeah.
And then I also have watched a lot of LCO, so I know the Antics as well.
Yeah.
And it's mainly just sometimes J-Team. I just don't know what they're going to do and who they're going to have on their team at any given time.
Yeah, it's a tall order, I think, for DFM to take on Frank. We'll see how they do. They looked very good against J-Team. Oh, yeah.
Oh, right.
Yeah, DFM looked very good, and so did Frank, to be fair. But DFM kind of took out J-Team the same way any of our top teams would take them out, pretty clean. A couple slip-ups in the first game, but they even said in the interview they were struggling with some nerves in that first game. So you allow it, and the second game much cleaner. Going to be very exciting, and Antics have the opportunity to take down J-Team as well. Yeah, absolutely, and it's probably a chance that is very likely for them to be able to do. But of course, we did see tonight, beyond making it through to our playoffs, LCO and Ground Zero picking up their first series win here in the PCS, keeping their chances alive. Tomorrow, we'll see if Antics can do the same, and we'll find out who's better, the PCS or the LJL. See you tomorrow.